fine, hopefully.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Alright, we're off and running. I had done roulettes before we started, and I'm now at, like, literally just 25k EXP off of level 80 Black Mage. So, we're gonna hit that during this. Pendants, yes. Beyond that, I realize now most of the week because we've already been playing together, but how was your week overall then?
It's good. Had a good time.
The quest image just being this guy's face. He's gonna be hanging around, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. That's what he does.
That's good. Hopefully we can get something out of him after his just complete curveball last time.
Yesterday morning I had to go
Hmm.
on a little trip. I had to go to a lab because they had to take fingerprints.
Fingerprint?
Yeah, they fingerprinted me for my new job.
Alright, that's just a security thing.
Security thing. It is finance. So I guess
Kinda naughty.
they have a lot of measures.
Well, to be fair,
It's also finance in the United States, so
okay. Yeah, it's probably a lot of security to wander around. So, it's funny. It's like two of my friends have worked in banks. Like, one of them, like, actually both of them actually went to the fraud department. I'm pretty sure. I think they're both like teller, well, not tellers in the bank, but like customer support on phones and stuff. And one of them got in the fraud and all that. At no point did they have to do fingerprint stuff, so that's kind of nuts to me. Even though they were handling and signing off on, like fraud reimbursements and shit.
I think their thinking is, hey, if this person does a crime and they print them, it'll show up to us, your employer, and then you're fired.
I probably.
But I don't plan to do a crime. I don't think. Maybe I'll do a crime a little bit, but
You never
we'll
know.
see.
Yeah, there he is. He's just in our house now. I mean, I suppose he did actually say he would be seeing us again soon, but kind of didn't take that to mean like literally just in the building.
The next day, you take a sleep with Ardbert, and then you go, "Hey, there he is! I'm back."
I am just gonna watch and judge.
Again, people aren't supposed to be able to do that. How did they figure it out? This is the first time a regular person and not an Ascian has teleported dimensional travel.
He's teleported several people, one of them flawlessly, because we can just bounce back and forth of our own will now. And he also pulled an entire goddamn building. Alright, ice cream finished. See, the thing about saying you'll never accept his help to Angry is that he might just engineer a solution where you have like a problem where the only solution is to get his help.
Yes. Also, I didn't ask, what kind of ice cream?
Vanilla. That's just the flavor I like most.
The classic ice cream one.
Yeah. Just give it to me vanilla, just straight. It's good shit.
Wasn't it you who said you don't like chocolate at all?
Yep.
Wow.
I would probably enjoy mint ice cream just by itself pretty well enough, like maybe even more than vanilla, but at least over here I've never ever actually seen mint without like chocolate in it. And a chocolate chip or just chocolate swirl or whatever, and it's kind of like, just give me the mint.
There's gotta be regular mint somewhere. You'd probably have to actively look for it though, rather than just find it somewhere.
Yeah, probably. Ally is worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Oh, he's already up to his secrets and his antics. I don't know, if they're good fisticuffs, that might be better. I mean, be fair to his emet-selech, you know. You yourself know we had to put up a lot of braille, right? And you blame us? The benefit of knowledge to which only the eternal are privy. A lot of dangling secrets over here. I don't know what it was about that shot, but the encoding hated it for some reason. I mean, I feel like there absolutely is something like greater going on here, because kill all the light gates and that's it feels almost too easy. Like, it'll probably solve, you know, it'll probably stop the calamity side of it, but then it's kind of like, is there something we're not seeing that he's teasing us with? He is the one who engineered this plan, to be fair. Or, at least, has engineered some part of it. It was like, you know, I don't know exactly how much hand he had in making all the light shit go nuts. Versus just, you know, seizing the opportunity. I think, therefore I bitch. Hello, Heather. Evan is here too.
Yes.
The thing that stands out to me is that Mr. Exarch didn't say anything during all of that.
最大の快進撃と言えるだろう。本当に。ということは、未だ光に覆われている主要な地域はコルシア島周辺、アムアレーン、そしてラケティカ大森林あたりか。ああ。そしてそれらを支配する大積み食いの居場所。
I feel like we can safely presume that Collusia's Light Warden is probably in Yulmore.
そこで今回は手分けをして調査と討伐に当たりたいのだが、どうだろうか。
As for the other two, God knows.
そういうことなら私がアムアレーンの調査に行ってくる。
Ah, we're all splitting up again.
あそこならある程度は土地勘もあるしね。
コルシア島には私が、ユールモア内部はともかく都市外の調査であれば以前のつてを頼ることもできるだろう。
And twins back to their posts.
では他の者にはラケティカ大森林に向かってもらおう。
We're going to
か
Rak'tika.
の地にいるヤシトラと協力して大積み食いの捜索と討伐を試みてほしい。
I know we hadn't met up with Yashtola yet. She's just kind of been off in the woods being weird.
Yeah.
魔法使いの人。
そうだ。
Seems like the best
俺も彼女が拠点を大森林に
choice
据
of
えてから
action.
はあまり連絡を取れていないがな。彼女はどうも私を信頼してくれなくてね。今回も
Yashtola does not like the
事前に連絡すること
XIV.
ができなかった。 ウリエンジェ、あなたは何度かヤシトラを訪ねているだろう。道案内をお願いしても。
承知いたしました。神秘と暗き祈りに満ちたかの森へ私がご案内いたしましょう。
ありがたい。私もその間に己の役目を果たしてくるとしよう。
Back there managing that whole Wall of Yulmore thing. The tallest of that voice though gets to be. Yurionji is very big.
ドン・バウスリーからの書状だ。こたびの衝突について正したいので、ユールモアまで来られたし。
Crystal Exarch in Smash Brothers.
Warrior like Yurionji confirmed his Stana Smash is a week-long riddle competition.
こちらは全面衝突のつもりで立ち上がったんだ。
Be honest, Mr. Exarch, I'm not sure there's much worth in talking to Balharu. He very clearly is. I think he's either a puppet of the Sin Eaters, like probably the Light Warden, or his own general, man. Ranjit. One of the two.
だが、私はこの塔から大きく離れると、少々体の調子が悪くてね。
We're gonna have to bust him out of Collusia at some point.
アルフィノ、すまないがコルシア島の調査がてら補佐をしてもらえないだろうか。
ああ、もちろん任されよう。
それでは各自出立の準備を。くれぐれも無事に戻ってきてほしい。
Church or ruins of a church at Fort Job. Did I have a teleport there? Or near there? I do indeed. Oh yeah, I went and got flight in Yulmeg and Lakeland as soon as they were available.
Neat. Now you can fly in the good places.
Yeah. churches set up to worship the light, huh?
You can imagine that religion has fallen out of favor.
Yeah, probably just completely gone, I would imagine. There we go. Black Mage level 80. Xenoglossy, an enhanced polyglot. I can now carry 2 nodes of big juice and have my Ultra Blast. That for now. Dark Knight. I sadly don't have any other jobs in level range that can take advantage of this, so just off we go, really. Closest is a ninja, but that's like a few levels below where we're at now. Okay, so the religion's belief is why they're called Sin Eaters, because they would eat sin and sinner both. And the name stuck. And the Shadow Worshippers are off in the Greatwood. This is very clearly like the altar of the church, so I'm dying. This was the church of the first light? This looks like a dark church. Okay, so it actually is. When the lights abandoned it, the Dark Worshippers took it over. Yep. Activate your scan visor. Blessed place the font of seeing used in the practice of their faith. If you say so. Anyway. Probably looks like a block of rock. was on the desk, Ariana. You were just on the wrong side of it.
It was under the table.
We could have gone over and gotten it ourselves. You might as well just yell at him to go get it. Are you able to see it in the dark? Midphilia, I'm a cat. Ancient Empire of Ronka. The Ronkan mages were the one who like made the Amr able to speak, so I guess they're the elegants here? Or just the... Probably not elegants, they're probably just the empire of some kind. Y'shtola's taken the name of Master Matoya. Ah, cheeky. Who were the ones in Museum Steps that didn't want to speak at all? The Questier, was it?
I think it was the Castir.
Questier, yeah.
They said words is bad.
Yeah, like words are lies. There's a bit of that flavor about it, that they refuse to use true names in the glare of the light. Does that mean we're also going to make up names? That's going to be funny. There it is. Lahi.
今に至るまで人が辿ってきた道のりは時に未来よりも謎めいているらしい。古代論化文明、その面影が残るうっそうとした森。人々はいつも答えを探してここへと分け入る。
We're here seeking the truth of Ronka in the forest.
この辺りが目的地となります。
Just gonna just to let it explain it, I'm just gonna paste the link for Hammer. Let's see, I'll give that a listen after hearing the music in the area a bit more. Or really, a watch. The spectacle is watching. The game's very composer getting up on stage at this year's FanFest and, you know, produce some of the greatest art we've ever seen as people.
そんな中でこのシチュア湿原は比較的開けているのです。故に夜の民の拠点ともなっています。
Oh, come on with us.
He sings it bad on purpose. And it's great.
And then you start just going on the automaton.
そう。それをやってた頃はこうしてよく旅したものだ。
I do get so nostalgic about my
行く先
myriad
々の国
empires.
を征伐、そして征服。おお、下に偉大なる我がガレマール帝国。
Do you think of how long-lived Ascians are, and the fact that he was responsible for the Allegans as well as Garlemald, that like starting new empires is basically just like starting a new game of Civilization or something to him? Where he gets bored of it, has it all burns down, and starts a new one later. I will say emet-selech's expressions are fucking great.
してるだけなんだから、いちいち目くじらを立てるな。それとも影からこそこそ見られたいのか？わざわざ姿を現してやってるのが善意だとなぜわからない？
じゃあ一緒に来て戦ってくれるということですか？
まあ気が向いたところまではな。ただし戦力としては期待するな。この森、多少は影が落ちているようだが、本質は他と同じく光に支配された地だ。
Yeah, it's just glaring through.
闇の使徒たるアシエンとしてはいるだけでそこそこ深い。ここで戦うなんて絶対に嫌だね。
So that's interesting. Ascians are probably not particularly fond of light either, aren't
つ
they?
いてくるならそうすればいい。だが、勝
I
手な
mean,
真似
thus
だけは
far,
する
we've
な。
often blasted them with light to end them.
Not really light, just big aether.
That's a good one. Why do you look like this in the first?
Every opportunity you have to talk to him, you should take.
Okay.
Because you're talking to an Ascian, so that's a pretty big deal.
So, yeah, he found a body here and just turned it into disappearance because he basically likes it. Well, Hebrea didn't because he was just fickle. Apparently that took a toll. Sassy good. Oh, fuck. Northeast. Tomato. Yeah, I will fight you. What are you? Oh, that's nifty. Fucking hell. It's a weird tomato gene. Oh, there it is. swim in the swamp water. I mean, I guess that's kind of what's left of a fort building. I guess right enough it did burn down. Right enough, that was her part of the trailer, wasn't it? The forest burning.
Yes. And then Arianji says, "What say it now, Master Matoya?" It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense, and now it makes sense.
It all comes together. It is a good track, but you can see why the Lahid it became, you know, like a meme.
You haven't even seen the whole thing yet.
No, but it just kicking in every now and then is a bit like, okay, I get it.
No, it's not just that.
Okay.
Whenever the track restarts, say exiting a cutscene, exiting an instance, exiting a dungeon, you're gonna get it even more than you already get it.
ゴーンの砦ですが、どうやら修復は進んでいないようですね。となれば、ヤシュトラたちは他の拠点に身を寄せていると考えられます。今だ、囲め。
Yeah, figures. Okay, you're that kind of stupid, okay.
見たいじゃなくて、お前たちと同じ人間だ。とりあえず武器を下ろしてくれ。積み食いが喋ったぞ。
油断しちゃダメ。人に似せた鳴き声かも。
Look, is this trying to throw them off, Angrid? That said, that is a fucking funny line to respond with. I mean, at least you have, like, the, you know, grace to also do that.
そして私は戦力になるわけじゃない。つまり始終連れ立って歩くのは無意味な行為と言える。加えて本音を言うと、早々で申し上げないが面倒になってきた。
You just don't want to have to go back to the source and get a new body if this goes wrong. Let's be real.
He's dipping again for now.
ではまた後ほど。一人消えた。やっぱり怪しいぞ。面倒なのはこっちの方だ。
Well, now you say that, Tancred.
想像しくてよ。積み食いの様子は。
的屋の姉さん。
There she is. Sure enough, like she's still blinded, just if Stanker doesn't have his magic.
オイラたちにはどうにも人にしか見えないんだが。
Yeah, look who it is. She finally showed up.
少し遠かった。
Is she certain that these are
私の目で見
sin-eaters?
た侵入者は強い光を帯びていたわ。あれが積み食いでなくて何だというの？
ご存知かもしれませんが、ヤシュトラは以前の事故で視力を失っています。代わりに万物の有するエーテルを見ることで、かつてと遜色ない視界を得ているはずですが、魔女マトウやお分かりになるでしょう。私です。ウリエンジェです。
確かにあなたに見えるわね。それからサンクレットと
She really has forgotten us specifically.
こちらのミーフィリアかしら。
I guess to be fair, she's been glaring at other light all the time, and she can only really see us by our blinding light. We must have been a treat to be around her, by the way. I guess fair enough.
It's almost like she detected two light wardens.
どうか武器を下ろしてはいただけませんか。
Yeah. We did have to absorb those to blast them back out.
Or are you really
あなたが
blasting
本当
them
にウ
back
リエンジ
out?
だというのなら
I guess we're just
隣に
eating
連れている
them.
のは何だというの？その積み食いとしか思えない。
Her name is Yishtola.
まさかお忘れではないでしょう。我らが暁の血明の英雄を。彼女はついにこちらへ至り、すでに2体もの大積み食いをほふったのです。
そんなあなたなの？
You should probably speak up at this point.
Ane san, オイラたちはどうすれば？
悪かったわ。私の勘違いよ。みんな武器を下ろしてちょうだい。手荒な関係になってしまって。
That's actually really fun, that.
改めてようこそ。ラケティカ大神殿。
So they weren't dumb.
夜の
You're
神は
just too
あな
bright.
たたちを迎え入れるわ。
That's entirely valid. Like, she can't actually see us, she can just see.
They made her blindness plot relevant again for a moment.
Shadowbringers is pulling all the right tricks all over the place.
So it was a false alarm.
The fact that here is so imposing. Yeah, she's... That's how she is. You could probably... I'll just grab that one. As we come around that area. I do remember Darkest Dungeon, yes. Has anything about Darkest Dungeon 2 come out at any point? Since like we last talked about it anyway. Vampire Bite. Yeah, the treants are like more vine in the back than anything more. I mean, more like Oregon Trail. Huh. That would be conceptually very interesting. It would still work with like all the other systems too. Die into the cube. Now the thing is, if the Light Warden's Aether is sticking around, does that mean it's hovering around as if we're basically just also massively boosting our power level with each one we eat? Or is that going to be a, a problem? I guess we'll find out.
スリザーバー、夜の民が集う特に大きな拠点よ。彼らは闇を崇めているけれど、特別な神は持たない。いくつかの規範に従って祈りながら静かに暮らしているの。それらの規範は反乱後の世界を生きていくための知恵であり、心の拠り所だとも言えるわ。製品を良しとするから、絢爛豪華なもてなしには期待しないでちょうだいね。
Focus more on the relationships between your characters rather than just basic stress bout. That seems to be the same from 1, but you pick 4 at start and go until you die. The run's gonna be like 5 hours. There's still some sort of permanent progression like Dark Dungeon 1. That'll be the trickiest balance to get, honestly. Having like permanent regression in a mode like that.
あなたたちの事情も知りたいけれど、ここで聞かない方が良さそうね。奥の部
Although
屋に
by
行きましょう。
the same token, I guess in a way that actually means like, that's the nifty thing where Darkest Dungeon 2 doesn't obsolete Darkest Dungeon 1 in that sense either, which is fun. The two are their own distinct flavors.
So, それで次はラケティカ大森林の大積み食いよ。
Here to cause problems and fuck shit up, Yushtola. But for the Light Warden, not for
これ
you.
まで第一世界の歴史を調べていたのよ。水晶湖を全く信用していないわけではないけれど、情報のすべてを彼に依存するのは危ういのよ。そんな中で行き着いたこの地もかなり調査をしたわ。
I see she's also made her base out to be quite like Matoya's.
大積み食いの所在は不明のまま。けれど、だからこそ絞れるとも言えるのよ。
というと、
数千年前、ここラケティカ大森林はロンカ帝国という大国の中心地だった。現在もここから東側に広がるイキスマヤへの森にはその遺構が多く残されているというわ。そして驚くべきことに、それらの遺構は未だに守られているのよ。彼女たちはよそ者の侵入を許さない。話し合いの余地すらなく追い払おうとしてくるわ。私も何度か調査を試みたけれど、攻撃を受けながらじゃさすがに調べ物にならなかった。
Given Forest, the heals I see pretty prominently here, and the fact that they introduced them in this expansion, I'm pretty sure that's a Viera tribe doing what Viera tribes do.
となれば、イキスマヤへの森、ないし、 その守り手たちの領域に大積み杭が潜んでいる可能性がある。
そこに来て水晶港から論下の石板とはね。まったく手土産とはよく言ったものだわ。何かの時のために取っておいた私との交渉材料
And you'd be right.
とはいえ解読してみる価値はありそうよ。ここからかの森への侵入方法でもわかるといいのだけれど。
No little way of like lining these things up.
その解読、微力ながらお手伝いいたしましょう。
助かるわ。なかなか手強そうな相手だもの。その間スリザーバウの散策をしてきてはどうかしら。もうしばらくしたら闇の戦士と呼ばれているあなたにとって意味のあるものが見られると思うわ。
不思議なものだな。今のお前はとても生き生きして見える。ともすれば向こうの世界にいた時よりもだ。
Supposed to be fair, like probably not all that different than what she was getting up to back on the source anyway.
当然よ。
Beyond being like a community leader now.
私の師匠もずっと世界の成り立ちを解き明かそうとしていた。共造世界に渡れるなんてまたとない探求の機会だわ。ここで得られる知識はどれもとても刺激的よ。あなたはどうなの、サンクレット。念願のお姫様と会えて
Yeah, straight for the
幸せ
gold.
かしら。
お互いもうガキじゃないんだ。皮肉はやめておけ。俺は偵察に行ってくる。
Oh, he's pitched a huff.
違うんです。サンクレットは私が本物じゃないから。
思い通りにならない理由を挙げるのは簡単よ。大事なのはそれにどう対処するかだわ。
They're already similar enough in how, you know, like they could be cutting at times with their words, but Y'shtola has definitely become more like Batoya now.
特に
She's just that bit harsher, but also more understanding.
ただ待っていても誰も肩代わりはしてくれなくてよ。あなたも散策に行ってきなさいな。新しいものに触れれば違う考え方もできるかもしれないわ。
That little gesture from Yuriandre, a little thoughtful gesture like he was thinking right as she said, though I'm relieved that some of us haven't changed in the interim. Hey, Runar. You don't feel any awkwardness about almost shooting me, do you? Oh yeah, the tribe at Yixmaja is absolutely a Vieira tribe. That's just how that is. Literally light the wash the light off. That's an odd one. Alan Tutor. You're gonna be awkward about this, aren't you? I Yes, it did not like the capital, I'm guessing. Yep. That's another one. I feel like they should be able to, make it parse like a capital like that, but yeah. Doesn't matter too much, I suppose. I once knew twins who had hers like yours. Yeah, it's the little Palomporum ponytail, that's funny. I was actually expecting it to be the other way around, that I would film, trail it out. Yeah. Panic, 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 panic. You have 30 seconds. That's such a line. They're gods having drowned along with everything else. I guess right enough, there wasn't exactly much in the way of primals in this world as it is now, would there be?
Nope.
Sorry, the headphones had died there. What did you say?
I said nope, no primals.
I guess right enough and fair enough, really. It's probably not helping her reconcile her issues. I mean, it would be just as easy if I went and killed the Sin Eaters, but you might as well go find it. Thancred doesn't even know. Alright. Find a necklace. Probably cave in more Sin Eaters. So do community service while I'm out here. Probably one in Slitherbow. I didn't check the git. Pardon me. So I'll have to do that when I get back. If any luck, we'll probably see a sign of a light warden too. Ah, it is one of them big angel fucks. Two of them. You charge, why not? It's time to die, you big fuck. Tuesday. Fucking she let her some distance, didn't you? Mind maker. This is the bigger tomato genie. This pile of leaves. There it is. I really do need to do a lot to help this poor child get over all the shit she's been through. No good. The good parents in our crew, the good dad at least, was off being a bookman in the land of the fairies. So She's not had a good start. That's absolutely in the time. Or is it? No, it's not. It's up there. Oh. I'd have to slap Thancred. I don't know if it's just like the rapid alternating between like, you know, the bright and the dark in this particular area, but I feel like the OLED's like auto brightness thing is having a time of it. Hopefully turn the TV on and make it sell.
私たちもこれだけはと思ってね。
それじゃあ始めよう。我らの友トッティア、光に痛むことなきマナは身に彼女に祈りを。汝が命を天の暗き海に返そう。苦難は地にある我らと共に、汝の行く先に悲しみと恐れはない。 暗き海は満たされる。穏やかな静けさと温かな慈しみで、汝を思う我らの祈りで。
あれが彼らにとっての夜空。今は遠い天の海。
どうかかの者の命を天の暗き海にお運びください。夜の使い、闇の戦士よ。
It is interesting to see. There's been referenced before already, but it's interesting to see how so many of this world actually revere the Warrior of Darkness as a literal religious like messiah figure, as opposed to just everyone knows the Warrior of Light's a hero and talks them up on the source, but here like you're an actual mythical figure that they believe in, but don't necessarily think walks among them or whatever.
Yes, there's a mythology to it.
Yeah.
Because it's been 100 years, you kind of just get a mythology of what you hope.
Whereas
Your hopes and dreams.
on the source, it's more just a title than a mythological figure.
各地に伝わっている闇の戦士にまつわる伝承。その源流は夜の民の祈りだとされているの。トッティアは誰より熱心に祈る子だったから、闇の戦士と呼ばれたあなたが最後に拾い立ち会ってくれて嬉しがったと思うわ。
本当に魂を運ぶわけではなくても、ここの人たちが本物の夜空を見ることができたら、きっと感じると思うんです。祈りはちゃんと届いていた。生きていたって証がまだそこに
Yeah, more
強
than
いもの
anyone.
になって。
I mean, everyone needs it back, but more than anyone, these guys could do with it.
だから何も嘘になったりはしません。私も大積杭を倒して
These guys could really use some good nighttime.
Oh, ごめんなさい。勝手なことを言いました。
I don't have to apologize for that.
いや、いい決意だ。夜の民にも夜空を見せてやろう。
それならちょうどよかったわ。実は
Yep.
例の
Just
石
told
板
her
か
to draw on a
ら有
bead.
力な情報が拾えそうなの。最初に案内した部屋に集まってちょうだい。面白い話になってきたわよ。
Okay then, Yushtola, what have you got for us? Children of the Everlasting Dark. It's time to go cause problems on purpose. That's what I want to do. Close enough to that, I'm just gonna see if I can get it. Actually, maybe heading up there anyway. A Jin, right. So I guess those really are tomato genies elsewhere.
They are.
We're 72 east. Oh boy. Either we're gonna do a mad loop around it, we're not gonna be seeing too much. On this run anyway. They've been breeding venomous spiders in much greater number. Oh boy. Two big beehives, eat them into the spider's nest, and start laughing. Wild swine. I'll kill too many of these, surely. So use the large sack to take bees from the beehive, but I feel like we're probably going to just take the hive, really.
Put the beehive in a bag.
That's the setup for a good prank. Hellish one, but a good one. Bees. Alright, big sack of bees. Two big sacks of bees. And the sacks are buzzing, so they're all angry inside. Excellent. What the bees stir. They're a bit more overt about their placement of the Aether Currents this time, I think. Like tucking them inside things and putting them like in noticeable special spots.
It's good.
It is.
Makes it a little more special to find them.
Beautiful plan. What is that? Bees. Ugh, the bees. Yeah, a minute. You're still on. Grimy swamp water. There we go. Oh yeah, that's a very cleanly divided place. I guess to be fair, you can go through. I didn't tune this into the bow yet. Fuck's it. I should do that. I could have sworn I did, but I guess I just forgot and thought I did. $1,129 northeast. Okay, yeah, all the other ones are on the other side of the map. Doomsayer of the Everlasting Dog. Yeah, we're just gonna get into this scrap. Drunken arrow. This would be a good one to do ninja in, so you could just actually sneak around everyone. Of course they call the ritual room the womb. Why wouldn't they? Anyone else mildly concerned by these drawings?
What do you mean? Just some history. Let's learn about the Knights Blessed.
No, the Children of the Everlasting Dark, right?
The Children of the Everlasting Dark, and then what they're all about.
Not much good, I'd imagine. Triumphant over a creature of shadow. So yeah, got a ruler of light sitting atop a throne, and then approaching darkness from a central figure.
異なる時代の英雄の肖像だそうだ。神話の時代と論化時代と、あとは
Heroes throughout history: the Age of Gods, Empire of Ronka, and then presumably a Warrior of Darkness.
昔俺の生きてた頃、
Or perhaps one of light.
この洞窟には壁画の研究をしてるってやつが入り浸っててな。いくつか仕事を依頼されたんだ。獣の討伐とか食料の調達とか。変わったやつだったけど、そのうちに仲良くなった。そいつ曰く、名も知れぬ古い時代に誰かが最初の絵を描いた。自分たちを導く英雄の絵だ。長い時が経って論下の時代に誰かがそれを見つけた。そして隣に自分たちの英雄の絵を描いた。
That'll be the Ronkan Empire one.
だから君たちがいつか世界に名だたる英雄になった時には、その勇姿を隣に描かなくてはね。そう言って笑ってたよ。雑用を頼みながら言うんだから、ひどい冗談だ。
And then he did. Alright, enough.
多分
The mage, the archer, see the big Rogadin guy, and the little Lalafell healer. And of course, Ardbit's part has been feeded out.
後だったのか。いっそ削り取ったのも本人だったらいい。その方がまだ。お前の戦いは未来にどう伝わると思う？
待たせたわね。こちらの作業は完了よ。急いで撤退しましょう。
He's gone.
どうかしたの？
That is interesting though. Unless she's hiding it, Y'shtola can't see his shit either. If there's anyone who's gonna be able to see him, I would have thought it would be her. But
Just as I said, interesting history on those walls.
We
learned a little about Ardbert again, which is an important part of the story because Ardbert is a good pal, even though he was evil the one time, but it was a misunderstanding.
Too earnest by half was his problem, honestly. Very astute observations. You could be a curator of antiquities in another lifetime. Well, you know. As long as I got, you know, the ghost he knows in my head. For I have a track record of collecting this, so hey.
It might have sounded like I was hinting at something, like, oh, that's actually secret stuff related. No, it was really just that.
Yeah.
The painting. The tone of my voice in retrospect might have seemed like I was hinting at something. Nah, not really. It was just it was just an artwork moment.
This more nice layering of history and I mean, characters, particularly for artwork. More of the, was it scripted out by the guy who drew it? Because he also turned against them. Was it scripted out by someone later who realized what it meant? It's more of the more artwork suffering, really. Let's be real. Okay, no, I think I got it. So we've covered this whole half. We'll talk to her, find out where it is, and then that's where half 2 comes into things, so it's very cleanly split. First, let's write this problem. Think of a rogue in the past as a wolf among sheep. We should. Ryanja is telling you things you probably shouldn't know. I could go for some stew, honestly.
今日は森がざわついてるな。見回りの奴らもなんだか遅くなってるらしい。食事はもうすっかり準備できてるな。仕方ない。先に食べてよ。悪いが姉さんたちに声をかけてきてくれないか。
Or, you know, the spider thing. Okay, yeah, with the absorbing thing is a capital P problem.
Gavin, are you dying?
We're probably dying.
Just because you can eat more light than everyone else, does that mean eating light is a good thing? Maybe not.
The problem is probably getting rid of it more than eating it. Here, Andre says, see how she does after the third.
あなたの頑固さには恐れ入るわ。この後に及んで私たちにも話せないとはね。ウリエンジュ、あなたが悪事を働こうとしているとは思わないわ。
But are you running another like secret
あま
plan
り隠
here?
し事ばかりでは今まで通り信じてあげるのが
He's
難
running
し
another
くない
secret plan here, isn't he?
ねえ、あなたと同時に呼ばれた私にはずっと違和感があったのよ。
I don't know. Every other secret plan seems to work out, though.
Oh yeah, Urianger
I
in
I
specific
trust
has a
him.
good plan, a good track record with secret plans, but
あなたが
But
呼
it
ばれた時に
doesn't
見
help.
たものなの
It's
かしら。
pretty bad. Urianger, again, is Revolver Ocelot.
that is true, and that's actually an interesting thing. The If Calamity and everything you followed, did you actually see it? Uh-oh. What do you got going on in that room? Ah, this is the Yulmorian, it's not the spider it gets.
Vothri is being fat and menacing.
Well, he's being fat at least.
Anyway, diplomacy. Let's see what happens.
久しいな。こうして直接会うのはお前の就任式以来か。また随分と大きく
Good
なった
start.
ものだ。
Good start.
水晶湖、私の前でよくもそんな態度が取れるものだ。お前の町は闇の戦士とか呼ばれている連中の罪食い討伐に加担しているそうじゃないか。それどころか我が軍に粗相をしたとも聞いている。一体
We've been
何
putting
の
soldiers in our territory. Fucker.
意図を問いたいのはこちらだよ、ドン・バウスリー。大罪食いの討伐は世界の悲願だったはずだ。実際、レイクランドの人々はもちろん、あの妖精教の住民までもが闇の帰還を喜びとともに迎えている。人類がやっと手にした反撃の兆し。お前はなぜそれを潰そうとする？
Oh, I mean, the one he's using as a pillow is probably good enough answer.
お前たちの見ている希望は一時の幻だ。仮に罪食いを退けたとて、この世界はもう手の施しようがないほど壊れている。残された土地も資源も人が自由に生きようとするにはあまりに乏しい。そうなれば人同士の争いが始まるだろう。残り少ない人類は今度こそ自滅する。だから私
That's why you
が
should
管
sit
理して
Gilmore
や
for
る
the
の
rest of
だ。
the days until the world fully ends.
いや、
Eat
ク
the
ワ
fuck.
ミとなって。
And also, he wants to be a god. Yeah.
Also, yes, he wants to be the final god they worship before the end of the world.
As is so often the way.
水晶湖、人は愚かだ。どんな理想にもケチをつけたなる。そんな連中を導くには多少の恐怖が必要なのさ。私のもと以外安心できない。 私の元だけが生きていける場所だとな。積み食いはそのための力。
This sounds like a whole lot of shit someone has specifically fed him, not stuff he's come up with himself. Given that there was that whole... There was that whole, you know, like he ascended after his father suddenly 20 years ago.
何を言っている？
いや、こちらの話だ。お前ドン・バウスリー、お前は力を持つがゆえにいつも人を屈服させる側だった。自分以下のものしか知らなければその結論にも至るだろう。だが人類、お前が思うよりしぶとくしたたかだぞ。足りないものを奪い合うのではなく、足りるように作り出せばいい。人の知恵や技術はそういう夢で磨かれてきた。時間はかかるだろうが、今回だって絶対に乗り越える。そのためにもま
Both
ず
words
罪
and
食い
all
を倒すことが必要
the...
な
What do
の。
they mean before him, really?
くだらない。誰しも求めるのは今、自分の幸福だ。100年1000年先に築かれる楽園に価値などあるものか。
それでも私は見てきたよ。自分ではもう届くことない希望に向かって涙も血も流しながら誰かの背を押す人を。
Noticing a recurring theme here about legacies.
託された重みに苦しみ、過ぎゆく別れに泣きながらその意味をなくしはしまいと進んでいく人を。
So, like, the thing I do a lot, just, you know, on my own time, you know, listen to video game music when I'm not listening to anything else. And unsurprisingly, like, good chunks of 14's soundtrack and songs are a part of that. And I just see that line, and we bequeath to those who come after, and immediately I just hear the similar line from Answers. Which is like, look to those before to lead those who come after, and it's kind of like, huh.
世界はそうしてつながれてきたと私は知っている。だからこそ信じて。
I feel like that's a theme throughout the entire experience of Final Fantasy XIV, though.
Yeah, that's what it was actually.
That's one of the core themes of the game, I would believe.
What was actually, yeah, thinking about, you could like align that with like even Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and of course especially around Reborn.
つまり住み食い討伐に加担するのはやめないと。
But they're leaning on it very hard here.
ああ、私は楽しみにしているんだ。未来への道が開いて、皆があの人が踏み出す瞬間を。
まったく。実に予想通りの回答だよ。お前たちは本当にバカだな。この階段を待つことなく、我が軍は光の残る各地に向けて出発した。
I mean, we know that.
残る大積み食いを守るため、そしてそれを狙う反逆者を根絶やしにするためにな。私がお前を呼んだのは
That's a bit different.
話をするためではない。操り人形にするためだ。
wasn't him after all.
まやかしの術か。どいつもこいつも私をコケにしやがって。
My question is that just something he knows to do, or have we found Eulmore's Light Warden?
It just seems like magic.
貴様らが夜の民の代表か。
ええ。ひとまず私が話を聞かせてもらうわ。もっとも、あなたたち、うちの見回り役に何かしたわね。穏便に話し合いをしたいのなら、まずはその子を返しなさい。
こちらの要件を伝えるのが先だ。我が主ドン・バウスリーの命にて、今よりこの森はユールモアの管理下に入ることとなった。以後は我らの指示に従え。
また随分と乱暴なこと。同行しているところを見ると、常闇の糸死後はそれを飲んだのかしら。
こやつらとは我が主が前
Seems
もっ
like
て
a
密
weird
約
accord
を
to
結
have
ん
made.
でいたのだ。貴様ら夜の民はこれまでも幾度となくユールモアの庇護を拒んでおろう。よって主がこの森を管理するにあたり、こちらの一派を協力者とし主権をお与えになったのだ。
ドン・バウスリーは誓ってくれた。ユールモアの管理下では我ら常闇の愛し子のみが正当な一派として存在を認められると。聞けばレイクランドとイルメグには闇の戦士様がご降臨なされたそうではないか。かのお方が真っ先にここへいらしてくださらないのはなぜか。お前ら夜の民にたるんだ信仰がはびこっているからだ。
Suppose it wouldn't be too hard to trick in that regard, huh?
私たち憎しで乗せられてしまったわけね。組む相手がユールモアでは闇が遠ざかるばかりでしょうに。
これより数国の猶予を与える。夜の民のうちユールモアに従う者はウォーブン・オウスに来い。
常闇の愛し子の拠点に？オイラたちに祈りを捨てろっていうのか？
お前らの祈りなぞ初めからどこにも届いていないわ。これからは我らが正しき祈り方を教えてやる。
行かなかった者は
忠告はした。聞けぬ者は反逆の意志ありとして裁くのみ。
I guess we know what the spider venom is for.
中
It's a
で話し
mud
ましょう。
convert or die thing.
先に 彼を受け入れる用意をしてもらって。
So after this, I'm gonna go see what Luigi wants because he's squeaking at me.
Oh no.
Back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Pardon me. And this explicitly seems the spider one. Complex of underwater rooms, oh boy. Snake portrayed as protector of the wood, arbiter of life and death. Coral, Colibri, Opopo, Wolf. Snake, Opopo, Wolf. Away we go. Snake touched. Opopo. Touched.
Also, yes, you are underwater now. I forgot to even say anything about it. Hey, there's an underwater part to Rak'tika.
It's nifty.
It's not that big, but they're continuing the mechanic of underwater places.
It is good that they are, because it looks nice, and it looks really nice, and it's also nifty just to see it continue, because it is a fun mechanic. I don't suppose we can do a lookout underwater, can we? You can do it underwater. It is fun. Like, there's big Arapaima down here and everything. It's great. This seems correct. She keeps referring to it as unmolested by the Guardians, and a valid use and all, but using the one term over and over again is kind of like, alright, steady on with it. Oh, look at that. Trees get crazy right here.
Very much so.
With the blue flowers. Weird floating wood creatures. Oh, those are, those are tree bombs. That's funny. Vieira tribe. Surprise, surprise.
ここは何人たりとも侵入まかりならん。特た
I
待ちなさい。いや。
I wish I could throw cards as an attack when I'm an astrologian.
待ちなさいって。
Card attack is only for Urianger. He throws cards because he's a reckless guy with his cards.
姉さん、あれって。
ロンカの皇帝の書簡に従って手に入れたわ。私たちはロンカの同盟者よ。
むむむ。
おお。すごいぞ姉ちゃん。これなんか本物っぽい。はあ、ということは間に合ったってことでしょうか。
どうやらそのようだ。ロンカの印象を持つ者よ。その印きちんと確認させてもらいたい。足元にある青い花に従えば我々の集落にたどり着ける。そこでお前たちを待っている。
間違えんなよ。じゃまた後でな。
Bit more whimsical than the Vieira I'm used to. But hey.
でも交渉のきっかけはつかんだわ。
Who says Vieira can't be a little bit whimsical, you know?
They are just people a lot of the time, so hey. The forest dwelling ones tend to be otherwise pretty serious about it. That's funny. Glad they aren't all completely serious about it. On here. 45 east. This hill. Northeast. I'll grab that one in a bit.
there you have it. You got some Vieira in a treetop town from Donkey Kong Country. That's what it is.
Architecture's a bit more graceful than Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong Country. You know the ones though. It's in like the World 3, where it's all the little houses.
Yeah. Does bear a lot of similarity to the one in 12 as well, which is funny. Fitting. Oh, they're
But
calling
yes,
us all. Yeah, these here.
Yep. That's entirely new, I think.
Yeah, they've always just been Vieira otherwise.
Anyway, what I wanted to bring up is, yes, they were told help is on the way 3,000 years ago, and you showed up. That was even before the flood. The flood was only 100 years ago. They've been here since the Empire fell.
That's funny. Someone that asks a Vieira how old they are, and all you get is sullen. Just silence. Although, she took it a lot better than Fran did in 12. Let's just leave it at that. Who's this fitting? There's just a lookout point right here. Near Rak'tika Falls. That's pretty good. It hasn't changed that habit in the time since. What secrets do you harbor? Alright, so it's pretty much just somewhere near the falls. Rabble, a temple to the northeast. Now time for cats. What a ceiling down in these woods. East. Oh, there it is. Two more foot. Okay, they may not have exactly been the Elegans, but they do have a bit of the Elegant about them, so look at that.
Magic rocks.
It's not circles, but it is like big weird like cubes. It's the opposite bizarre geometric shape. You need to. No. Yet, anyway. That's 65 Psychist. Well, we'll come back for that one. Now I would hop up the stairs.
Who makes stairs like this?
Yeah.
Why would they make stairs they're taller than you?
You have to call, like, it's very literal climb these. You have to, like, fucking skew them with your hands. Clamber up these fucking things.
They really wanted to protect this secret puzzle.
That or the Runkins were just extremely tall, with very long legs, so, you know, this just made sense to them. Maybe their enemies were all Lalafell, so they figured out, you know, keep it out of the hand of the doors.
And a lot of Vieira, so they're decently tall, but still, it's pretty tall steps.
Yeah. I mean, even the Vieira would have to still, like, climb up. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It was like, they're a bit tall, but not that tall.
No, not that tall. Fight me, Hellcube. Your weird laser magics. No worries, Hammer. Thanks for coming out and watching. Good night. Sleep well. See you next time. Which I guess if, like, there's no call for Monhunt, and Chris doesn't want to do his Omega stuff tomorrow, then I guess, yeah, we'll be on tomorrow as well. Presumably if you aren't also busy. Get as much time as I can before our time zone difference just, you know, fucks me over. From the gallows, share despair. Go that way, dread burden's bear. Mark the crown, heed its call. A bird that gaze forever fall. Statue robot also wants some. Facing a coral. These two are facing away from each other. It's facing south towards the woods. I was facing north towards the pyramid. Alright. So these two are facing each other, so come together, share despair. Come together, share despair. Go that way, dread burden's bear. Inside the forest, one in the temple. Mark the crying, heed its call. Iron heed's call. Bird thy gaze forever fall. That was the royal one, so that'll probably be Market's Crime. Bird thy gaze forever fall, so it's probably one of these two. If I had to guess, the snake. These two are facing each other. Let's come together, share despair. Dread burden's bear when you go apart, and that was these two. The Isles face north to the pyramid, the Calibri face forth to the forest. Temperate and Core were facing away each other. Alright, well, it's not the snake. It's probably the Quirrell because the oil is facing it. Alright then. Is the oil? Mark the crime? It was the oil, alright. That was like the simplest answer, but fine. Realizing our plan, Neil Morris said, "Ah, fuck it," and this came straight through.
I checked my phone for a moment, and sometimes in my email I get random Reddit headlines.
What one came up?
I don't know why. It's a today I learned. Today I learned the Vikings fed their wounded soldiers a strong onion soup to help gauge how deep a stomach wound was. After a few minutes, they would smell the wound, and if they could smell the soup, they would know the wound was too deep and the soldier could not be saved.
Oh. I guess when like
medical soup.
Yeah, like medical knowledge was basically a fucking guessing game. I guess like anything worked, I suppose.
Soup times. I thought it was interesting.
Oh, it is interesting, yeah. It's an odd thing to visualize, though. So kind of like, who figured that one out first and decided that was good practice? Well, this seems definitely not a trap. Two minutes. Get running. Okay. I like these carry puzzles. Making the most of this is like your ability to pick things up and run with it.
Rak'tika Greatwood is all about the puzzles. Which I think is pretty neat.
Yeah, it is quite fun. And it is fun to see this carry animation actually be used for something, because like the roulette I had today was the Alexander raid where you have to you have to, you know, carry like the power generators onto like dead enemies because the big one will suck them in and gain power. If you don't.
Yeah.
So you use like a similar animation there, you're just carrying it over your head, and it's kind of like it's fun that they remember they have those that Wii system and animation and stuff already done. The theme of nefarious schemes. Yep, instance time. Legend of the Not So Hidden Temple.
That's a reference.
It's a stealth sequence. Door 1. Those soldiers are going to die and cause us problems. Phew. I suppose actually that's shutting them down behind us. Oh boy. Short, but that was a neat one, despite its shortness. This seems primed for arrow traps. Yep. Oh, no, it's gonna be a boulder, isn't it? Yep, the classic. We have sprint on and it's just uncapped. That's funny. The boulders keep coming. Come on, how did that clip me? I mean, honestly, good fucking luck to them if they even get through one of these traps. Well, I guess it's Ranjit, so... Our sudden fight with him. He's been tethered. Slap the old.
やったわ。作動したみたい。 せない。
He's got the astrologian shield.
加勢いたします。
やれやれだわ。
不慮の事故だ。まさかこんなことになるなんて。そうだ。ここは取引と行こうじゃないか。我々はスリザーバウを制圧する際、抵抗してきた数名に毒を使った。そしてこれがその解毒薬さ。知っているだろ。連中の毒は特別で対になる解毒薬でないと治せない。これを待て、ここで揉めたらみんなまとめて落ちるだけだ。
I like how he's dangling it over the edge, but his words are concerned about being tipped over himself.
いいか、じき私かお前の仲間が駆けつけてくるだろう。その時にまず私から助けるんだ。そしたらこの解毒薬を渡してやろう。な、あれ
ならば貴様の命をもって敵を一人でも葬るがいい。
Now we just kick them all for us.
But he's got the antidote.
Smoothly done.
頼むわね。
何の迷いもなく飛び込むか。
皆さんご無事ですか。これって
ウリエンジェ。
よい。
Rescued him into the thing. Sneakily done, you two.
Rescue as a weapon.
I was gonna make the cracker. You're like, I'm sorry, you're show, but I'm not a healer, so I can't rescue you out of the air. And then, oh hey.
ヤシトラさんは。
No body, she's fine for now. I mean, not fine, but no body. figured it'd be Runar. Takes quite a bit to get one of them back up.
You got some green.
Green.
よかった。ルナルさんはこっちにいたんですね。
スリザーバウにも解毒薬を届けてきた。敵も根城の方まで後退したようだから、ひとまずは大丈夫だろう。ルナルのやつ、毒を受けながら時間を稼ごうと食らいついていたらしくてな。ユールモア軍を追って集落を出て行ったって、あっちでも心配されていた。保護されていて何よりだ。
Renar's a bro.
あれ、ここは。
ここはイキスマヤへの森にある里です。危険はありませんので、どうかまだ安静に。
いや、大丈夫だよ。体はだるいが動けないほどじゃない。それよりもあんたたちが無事でよかった。ユールモア軍がそっちに向かったから、おいら止めなきゃと思って。あれ、姉さんは一緒にいるんだろ？それ、どういうことだよ。ちゃんと教えてくれよ。そんな嘘だろ。なんて姉さんがそんなはず。すごい人なんだ、本当に。穴くらい落ちたって、そんな。
Don't worry, rearmed it.
調査はこれからか。
The game didn't see about it, and I don't doubt, for instance, we're definitely going to see Ranjit later.
なんだよ、行こうよ。だってマトウヤの姉さんは。
姉さんは簡単にいなくなるはずか。
こんな時にすまない。周辺を見回っていた仲間が私ではお前たちの仲間かどうか判断がつかないからな。
Oh, who else would it be at this juncture?
Emet-selech.
He's the back again!
Fucking pick your moments.
He does, that's what he picks his moments very specifically. He got bored earlier, now he's back!
Bored, he just didn't want to have to replace his body if he got shot.
で、なんだこの状況は。はは、遺跡に入るところまでは見ていたが、仲間が死んだとはご愁傷様だ。
I wasn't expecting him to say that, but there we go.
だって死んだんだろう？事実をぼかせば蘇るわけでも
Oh,
あら
that,
な
you
いし。
know, immediate turnaround attack there.
お前が思うほど命は軽くないんだ。俺たちにとってはな。それに彼女という賢人はそうやすやすと死を受け入れるようなたちじゃない。
That episode of the wind was weird, yeah.
大丈夫ですか?
Almost like she did something.
When was the last time she disappeared and there was wind?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Again?
Again! Is she gonna be double blind? We don't know! Although it was mostly the reason she was blinded because she was in the live stream for a few months.
Yeah, she was in there too long. Yeah.
ほら、あの栄唱なしの転送魔法だ。俺が以前
That's
あれ
right,
に
she
巻き込まれ
did
た
the
時も
gill and practically
強い
collapsed
風
the
が吹い
tunnel
た。
too, well, she was at it.
ああ、なるほど。さっき一瞬だけ地脈が揺らいだと思ったが、
And
気の
Emmett
せい
Selch
じゃな
felt
かっ
that
た
and
か
was like, oh good, I'm not going crazy in my old age.
揺らいだのは1回だけだったから、多分入っただけで出ちゃいないな。まだ地脈をさまよってるんじゃないか。
そうだとしたら
Again. She just can't seem to get out when she goes in.
Yeah.
彼女を地脈から引き上げましたが。
I mean, you roll those dice, I guess. If you were dead either way, what does it matter?
面倒だが
I'll go and fetch her.
私がやってやろうか。
I guess, yeah, you can do that, actually.
お前たちは 私の言葉を点で信じないからな。敵ではないと示せるいい機会だ。
Another classic emet-selech moment. Real certified Emmet times.
I'm just noticing that the quest name is In Good Faith. Alright, so away we go. We're quick enough, maybe this time she'll still have her clothes.
No, Thancred didn't have his clothes when he came out fine. He wasn't stuck in there. It just, clothes don't go into the live stream. That's a clothes-free zone.
Oh shit. I hope we have a spare of her outfit on hand. He's not dying for this fucking deer. Still one more family. To do a whistle emo, but no. It's a rather melancholy procession over.
ここでいいだろう。探索ご苦労。それじゃ少し下がってろ。さて、魂の色はどんなだったか。見つけた。
Doing it with a snap of his fingers, this sassy bitch. Yeah, really isn't no clothes on, huh? This is not the third time this has happened here in the game because the summoning here didn't have clothes until us.
違いない。姉さんだ。
Oh, hey. That's a neat trick. Spares us the awkward questions.
おい、大丈夫か？
なんとかね。私は一体。
あなたは2度目の帰還を果たしたのです。エンシェントテレポによる地脈の放浪から。
ああ、そうだったわ。薬を、解毒薬を取るには我ながらひどい無茶をしたものだわ。気づいてくれてありがとう。
姉さん、姉さん、マトウヤの姉さん。
He scoops her and juggles her the way I do my own cat.
してよかった。本当に、本当に。
困った子ね。あなたが泣いていたらみんなも不安になってしまうわ。この魔女マトウヤがそうそう死ぬものですか。まだまだ知りたいことは尽きなくてよ。
功労者への感謝はなしかね。
We were getting to that.
お話ししたアシエン・エメトセルクです。あなたを地脈から引き上げる役目は彼が。
そう、あなたが例の信用するかどうかは別問題として今回は感謝するわ。助けてくれてありがとう。
Good and proper.
それでまさか先に忌憚な御影堂に行ったりはしていないでしょうね。この私を置いて遺跡探索なんて許さなくてよ。
I think we should have at least thanked them as well.
「それだけ元気ならアルメたちも安心するだろうさ。遺跡のことを聞くためにも一度ファノブの里に戻ろう。」
I feel like one of the rest of us should always thank him as well. to consider that a nudge rather than an argument, but sure. It is the thing of I wonder when. I presume he is going to expand probably more of the overall plan at some point, because it is kind of like they keep saying it's for the greater good, and then just kind of not elaborating in any possible way as to how. It's kind of like, alright, you know, if you want to do your whole like bridging the gap here, you kind of have to like let us in a bit, surely, because you know exactly why we're doing everything. Well, I'm sure she'll find a way to throw herself back into the void somehow. She seems to be making a habit of it. Alright. I gotta presume this is dungeon, what, 2? Dungeon 3.
This is the 3rd dungeon.
Moving to the west. Ooh. This is fucking very weird. It's not a mandrill, it's a chimp or a lemur. Not even a monkey. It's not much of a monkey. Oh wait, no, it's just there. I just walked past it. That's it. That's all the ones lying around the world. So now it's just the quest ones after we're done here. Flying Rak'tika. Activation there. All right.
So what if I told you I was still level 74, Astro?
Well, how close are you to leveling?
Not.
Okay. Well, we can flip around if you want, then.
I don't want to take the moment from you.
Can we run the roulettes together?
I mean, if you wanted me to level that bad, or I could just be DPS.
Yeah, you could. Actually, I forgot. Yeah, you would have a DPS over. You're not just a tank lord.
What would you like to do?
Yeah, you could run DPS though.
And then I'll go back to leveling.
Yeah. It seems like the most easiest option instead of like, going like you must be Astrologian.
Just said I was doing different things, and then I realized, wait, I'm alright for the next dungeon. I was wait, it was 75. I'm only 74. Uh-oh. That was my response mentally about an hour ago, and then I started trying to power level, but it was not fast enough.
To be fair, I have we have been all swinging flat out, so you haven't had much chance to like gain levels in between or anything. I love the Lahi start right after I said that and we paused.
Anyway, I was leveling in Bosja. But so I need to get raised so I don't lose points. And then I'll probably come out and be DPS, but I also gotta use the restroom.
Actually, I was about to say I have to go too as well. So that works out. I'll be back in a few minutes.
mic was muted and I had something stuck in my throat, so I just went live on stream.
Hello, I'm back. I also have salted peanuts.
Cool. That's better than regular peanuts. Regular peanuts are kind of dry.
You good and ready?
I am ready. I've decided on what I'm going to play.
Mashness.
Yes. Gun time. I don't break out gun time on the stream that much.
No, Dragon's Bonus is not dungeons. You only ever broke out just to show it off, really. So now is the time to put it to practice.
Gun time.
There's a
David
few.
likes gun time, I'm pretty sure.
Here you go, it is. Okay, one of the guys. Okay, no, they were all in the party. I was gonna say, one of the guys waiting here is an astrologian, but they're all gone. Like, yesterday, last night, it was, plus playing with David and Lucy and Min, it was just, like, running, Savage and Extreme and Ballad, Heavensward stuff. Because, they could do, you know, they could handle all the AR stuff together as a duo of, like, 2 DPS or DPS and healer as it came to it. David mostly playing as a samurai these days. For the Heavensward ones, they basically couldn't. You just, you know, you needed a tank. So, fun facts: you can beat pretty much every part of like the Alexander Savage raids just with like tank, DPS, healer on sync level 80 with you know, largely endgame gear. Because I think they have the Exarch gear for their healer and samurai. But it turns out Alexander himself doesn't take any shit, so we couldn't do that one.
So you got, like, Did you go through the 11 of them and then the 12th that says no?
Nah, we only sniped the one. There's like one of them gives like a guaranteed mount drop. We sniped that one, and just based on it and like some of the other ones we looked at, like you can snipe all of them except Alexander, who just does so much fucking damage that it doesn't matter basically, because he will just say target out like the healer and kill them instantly, and then that's it. It's just a war of attrition. You will not win.
Yeah, but you can do the Heavensward ones.
Yes.
For now, until they squish the numbers.
Until they squish. Well, I mean, the boss numbers will also be squished.
Yes, but the reason is because the gap between you and the bosses is going to be smaller overall. Like, how should I say this? The scaling is able to outpace older bosses to such a degree that it won't be able to.
I actually find that a bit disappointing, honestly. Cause like stomping some of them for like quick tail stuff is just, you know, ideal.
Yeah. The ARR ones, I'm pretty sure you're still gonna be able to big crush at level 90.
I would expect so, because like, you know, like the only reason like any of them take longer than a minute is just because they have like animations basically. No, like invincibility phases. Like the Muggles who don't have that die in a minute, and that's just like solo Dark Knight.
Yes.
I'd said we did like get Nidhogg to the point where like we were killing him in his Justinian phase and discovering that he's capped there until he completes his final, until he shifts his final form and then he dies. Just fun to find out.
Yeah.
These are some fancy wizards.
But yeah, it's largely going to become harder once they make the numbers smaller, just because of the gap in efficiency.
Alright. What is your deal, wizard? Pinned us into a fight. Ah, okay, I see.
The sides will light up based on the tethers, and you hide behind the walls to avoid the ground beams. And this isn't even a boss.
Nifty.
This is just a mini boss.
Mid-boss. It's not very middle.
No, because the actual arenas with bosses in them are mid-bosses, and then there's the final boss of the dungeon. This is just a even smaller boss, where they would have an ad phase, or just like a big bunch.
I appreciate it. One's over there by itself, might as well grab it. So I think given the healer's running ahead, I think it's rush it. We'll see if they can actually pull it, but
Hot.
yeah, it's hot.
Flamethrower mode.
Burn the melt their bodies. Alright.
And another one of these big ads.
This guy.
I like this dungeon.
Yeah, I like this setup with these guys.
Right here is probably safe. There we go, I was good.
I was also good. Ah, alright, I see now. This is specific ones now, it's not just the entire wall. Yeah, this side should be fine. Yeah. Yeehaw.
You haven't really put too much time in the ranged DPS, have you?
Not really, no. Like, the only one I have is Dancer, and it's only like a few levels in.
Yeah. Ranged DPS is all about the movement while you're doing your moves. There's no cast times, but you got the range of a caster, so you just go, wah! You just, let me show off. You just give him one of these, back up over here, wow. Now I'm behind over here.
Oh, that seems like a lot. I should probably give like Dancer more of a whirl. Like, I liked it well enough. It's just, opted for other classes to level.
You can keep up your rotation while moving the whole time.
That would be why it started glowing.
Yeah. So, I'm pretty sure the side of the arena that's going to get hit depends on the side of his body that starts glowing. Yep.
Oh, we're busted. Called that one.
So this one, it's actually not even the side of his body that is going to happen. It is
just the statues.
Yeah. So like, if the right side of his body starts glowing, it's going to be the right side of the arena. Period. In the exact straight down the middle way it just was. Is I believe how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the statues over there.
Yeehaw. Nifty.
Casting gear.
I noticed that's the outfit that Runar was wearing, actually.
Yep.
That's fun. Yeah.
Look, acrobats! They're funny! Time to use the stinky move. Fly
The last gas. I was considering Machinist because next to Red Mage it is considered like the best option for like solo Palace of the Dead. And at some point, of course, I gotta get Bard to like fuck about with the music.
Plus, I told you, Machinist is just kind of cool.
Yeah, it's it's just kind of weird. This is explicitly the Final Fantasy VI class. And also, like, what you said about, like, the trainer and all of those was really fun sounding, where he's just kind of like, every single fucking bullet.
Yeah.
This may have been a bit eager.
Pull back a bit, they put a shield up.
On the ninja's thing. My own one down, because why not? The Blackest Night back up. I'm going to die. Yep, it was too eager. I've been rizzed. Dad is gone, god damn it. Yeah, too eager.
I mean, you could probably do it now, though, because there's no bats. I don't know.
Yeah.
You killed, like, a bunch.
With, you know, thin the hordes either which way, so
Peloton.
it is a handy thing.
Sprint forever. Until you're in combat, then it goes away. You can't do it in combat.
Imagine if you could.
Then it would be broken. It's just for going faster through the dungeon.
Yeah.
Or encounter, or the field if you're hanging around with one.
Yeah, let's mill these a wee bit. Yeah, the bats are all wrong, so these guys are probably fine.
I've said this before, Machinist is the most selfish of the range. I only have one move that can help. It's called Tactician.
So that's who pops that in parties. I wondered.
Yes. Reduce damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10%. So that I can...
It's a good one to have, though.
Yeah, but Bard and Dancer both have their own version of it too, and you so the thing with Tactician, effect cannot be stacked with Bard's Troubadour or Dancer's Shield Samba, which is the equivalent move they have. so you can only have one out.
It was a fucking freaky thing as well, I must say. It's a fun reuse of a fun like take on the Ahriman model. This fucked up thing that doesn't actually have an eye. Just a fucking weird nose.
Pillars. You remember pillars?
Oh boy. It's fine. Yeah, so his Ripper Fang tank loads are just be completely absorbed by the Blackest Knight.
Yes, that's what Blackest Knight is for. It's either big pulls or tank buster. It's the best mitigation in the game. You know this.
Yeah, I know. It just proves itself every time, and it's lovely to see.
You know it's the best move in the game, or at least one of them.
It just keeps proving itself, is the thing. It's just that fine. There's funny things to note as well when we were picking like things like, or like the points that we could get for things, they're just collecting as many as they can. If not all of them that they can get their hands on. But what was it? They were looking at like, you know, extremes and savages and stuff in Heavenwood that they could solo.
Yeah.
And turns out like there's like 7 you can solo, and 3 of them are marked as if you're a tank, only as paladin, and then the others are just marked as doable, which just made me laugh. Yep, we made it to Rak'tika Falls. I mean, I figured this would be like a zone or something afterwards of a trial, but I guess we're just gonna fight this fucker now.
Watch out, the healer isn't here.
Oh, they were. No, they're almost here. Neither here. So it's gonna take that as a sign to let's go. Forgive me, Ah, the monkeys.
Monkey. Forgiven Violence is that name.
Yeah.
That's monkeys.
Hips are forgiven violence.
You're about to die.
Yep. Fortunately, so was I.
But I won. Except there's
The
3
healer
more
also
monkeys.
dead. Oops. On the other hand, I'm beginning to think, yeah, it's tricky to pull off in the earlier stuff. It's not too bad in this stuff.
Well, I died when there were the 3 extra monkeys arrived, but I finished that first bull with a flamethrower.
I think I need to move where I keep tanks down, just because, like, maybe it's input buffering or something, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like looking at my controller input to drop behind it a little bit, and it'll just, like, input it. You know, use it to your advantage where, like, I hit the... Because this is Black Mage, I'll hit, like, oh, that's a sash. Why can't I see this? But, with Black Mage, you can hit the input for your next spell, like, ages ahead of time, and it will remember it. But it's seeming like if I, like, you know, go for a hard slash, which is, like, R2 in circle, or after holding L2 to do, like, one of my, you know, mitigations or blood weapon or whatever, it will, you know, sometimes register as L2 in the circle, which is a bit aggravating.
Gotta make sure your hotbars are up to code. But just the way you want them.
Wee.
Time for a light warden.
Arrows. I mean, that doesn't exactly look horny. Dash ahead. Or the other way. Cerberus has that move as Hind out of Hell. So there's one Hind out of Heaven that cheeky gets.
he got pushed into poison at the end of the arena. That's what that one does.
Yeah. Away. I suppose I can like steal that tether, probably not.
And we.
Yeah, I just ignored the black power already first. Drink it. Alright. He draws and undraws the gun.
It's time. Hey, I got a player commendation.
Sick. I also got one.
That's good. You've done it again.
Alright. On top of clearing this guy, we're probably also about to find out if I'm dying. Maybe. And hopefully what we can do about that. Oh, the time it just faded away instead of being parted.
れで3体目。
It did that after Titania
ユリの
as
民
well.
のみんなに
There
は
was a wee bit of like what it seemed like a parting effect, I think, but I'm probably just wrong on that.
No, it was more of a dissolve.
きっとな。
They only made the one split of the sky, unfortunately. But they kept true to the promise of the trailer, at least.
彼女の具合が気になり
True.
ますか。
I just wish it was every time.
ええ、今回は大丈夫そうだけれど、あくまで今回はよ。ねえ、ウリエンジェ、取り戻した夜空は綺麗かしら。
すべらかなる漆黒に星影はさやか。
That's a
白
lovely
に
touch.
滲み輝きはあまた散りばめられん。
And then with his poetic speech to describe it there because she can't see it.
原初世界と変わりない美しい夜空です。穏やかで優しい。
そう。
星もまた命の流れをまとうもの。あなたの目にこそ美しく映っているのではないですか。
お疲れ様。
She just pat him on the butt.
さあ、胸を張って帰りましょう。
It's probably meant to be the back, but given the size of him, you just kind of
He's pretty tall.
it just ends up the ass.
It's like playing a game of American football. You always you win and you pat the players all pat each other on the behind like a good game.
この部
Good
屋の
game.
壁が論下より古い時代のものね。
Murals predate the Empire, and they show a shadow being, a light being, and the light being breaking the shadow being.
使われている顔料に特徴があるのよ。大抵の顔料は鉱物なんかを含んでいるから見分けられるの。忌憚な御影堂は古代の英知を守り伝えるための神殿だとアルメたちが語っていた。
It's our boy.
こんなところで道草を食っているなよ。おかげで存外に歩かされた。
Emmett, you can teleport.
今度は出迎えのつもりか？バカ言え。私がそんな面倒なことするわけないだろう。なるほど。やはりあと数体倒さないと何とも言えないか。
何の話かしら。
いやだな、いちいち気にするなよ。約束通り手を貸して約束通り
I have
見
to
ている
guess.
だけだ。
He's aware of like absorbing too much light will fuck me over somehow. And he's just waiting for it to happen.
それじゃ私は帰る。お前たちもさっさと帰って次に進むことだな。これはまた懐かしい光景だな。
この壁画のこと、
昔々は誰もが知っていたさ。世界が原初世界と共造世界に分かたれた時、すべての命も14に分かった。
Ah, this is Heidel in the Zodiac.
別の存在として生まれ変わった。そうして本来の世界を知る者はいなくなった。 が人は時に夢としてその光
Fragments
景
of
を垣
fleeting
間見て
memories
もさ
of an equally familiar world.
知らないのに知っている人類共通の夢。昔は大層不思議がられて絵に描かれたり歌にされたり、まあそれも見なくなって久しいと思ったが、こんなところでまたお目にかかるとはな。
詳しいわね。ということは書かれている内容についても。
世界が分かたれる前、そこには栄えた文明があり、多くの命が生きていた。
And that looks like a depiction of war and burning.
しかし断りが乱れ、未曾有の最悪が発生。文明は、命は危機に立たされた。その文明の人々は祈りと犠牲によって星の新たな
Her
断りを紡
sacrifice the will of the star
ぎ、
was
星
made
の意志を
manifest.
生み出した。
Hmm.
名はゾディアーク。それによって最悪は鎮められた。
待って、ゾディアーク。
こうして最悪は過ぎたが、ゾディアークという強大な力をめぐって人の意見は割れた。それを封じるべきとする者によって枷となるもの、ハイデリンが生み出された。ゾディアークとハイデリンは戦った。結果はハイデリンの新章。ハイデリンが放った渾身の一撃で世界は分かたれ、ゾディアークもまた分断されて封印された。以上、忘れられた歴史の話だ。信じるかどうかは勝手にしてくれ。ハイデリンの言い分はどうせ違うだろうしな。仮にその話が真実だとして。
Yeah, I'm glad like someone else is cutting on to that because it implies that they're not gods, they are primals.
なんだ、それすら気づいてなかったのか。あれはこの星に元よりいた神なんかじゃない。かつての人によって作られた星の意志。お前たちに分かりやすいように言うとだな、最古にして最強の
They are
万
primals.
神だ。
No, it's gotta be an Asian trick. He's tricking you.
今
It's
す
a
ぐ受
trick.
け入れられる内容じゃないわ。
He's fibbing.
それが妄言でないというのなら。
There can't be zero real gods, right?
Hmm. I mean, that bit seems obvious enough here, Showa.
やっとついにそれを問うか。
The Asians must be followers of Zodiac from that original world, granted with his echo.
私たち、特にオリジナルと呼ばれるアッシエもな。ゾディアークを召喚せし者、つまり
And that's why they want it all back together again at any cost.
だとすれば、世界の統合にこだわっているのもうなずけるだろう。私は世界を、人を真なる形に戻したいのさ。当然の欲求だろう。
damn it. See you later.
That lines up too well for it to be purely just him telling fibs to fuck with us. No, I think he's right.
Shadowbringer.
Shadowbringers is here to flip it all on your head. And for this being just how he's telling lies. There are no gods except those we have made for ourselves. Do you know what the funniest part is?
I mean, at least there's no gods that you are aware of. Given that the last two that you thought were real are indeed fake.
Yeah. You know what the funniest bit is?
What?
Actually does have some bases in prior content, and you know which prior content it has bases in?
It's Eureka, isn't it?
It's Eureka. It all comes together. We need to get back to Eureka, man. We need to get you through that. You need to see what I mean.
Yeah, but it's Shadowbringers time.
Shadowbringers time. But when we're done with Shadowbringers time, like in and around, you know, like Shadowbringers post game stuff or after it or whatever, we need to get you through Eureka because you need to see what I mean. Every single like section, like you know, each light warden we beat, each section we go through, you know, like, it seems like he just shows up and like someone comes across a revelation. It's kind of like, oh, this just flips all that we know on its head, but it's still completely based on what came before. Fucking Shadowbringers coming out with just the mad hits. What else have we been told? It's a lie.
Okay, I'm gonna go try level Astro some more.
Enjoy. We're gonna see what antics we have now. Nice blessed must be having some fucking moments.
無事だったんだな。
They're having a hoot,
もちろんよ。
going
どち
crazy
ら
over
かと
there.
いう
Just
と
wow,
心配なのはこの拠点の方だわ。
Night
love
is
that.
real.
それなら大丈夫。ユールモア軍はこの空を見て完全撤退したみたいだ。常闇の糸しごもまた洞窟の奥に引っ込んだよ。だってみんな見たんだ。本当の天の暗き海を。暗き海は満たされる。穏やかな静けさと温かな慈しみで。祈りはちゃんと届いてた。そう感じた時、言葉にできないほど勇気が出た。人の命はきっとボロボロのこの世界でさえただ終わっていくだけじゃないんだ。なあ、あんたたちのことをずっと不思議な人たちだと思ってたんだ。でも今回で納得がいったよ。みんなは闇の戦士だった。
You're the bringers of shadow.
バカね。それを聞く必要があって、夜の民の祈りは誰かを祀るものじゃない。過ぎていった人が紡ぎ、あなたたちがつなげていく。
I do like when
分かってるよ。
It is.
そうだ。せめて一度くらいみんなを称えて宴を。
ルナル、彼らは行くわ。次になすべきことをしに。そして私もまた彼らと共に。それが魔女マトーヤの。
At least they're there and they're like you show us goodbye and
分かった。でもみんなへの感謝は決して忘れないよ。あの美しい闇に誓って。
I like the Minfilia also does their little eye covered by. Alright, you still deliver the bad news. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. suppose at present the main concern is what do we do with all this light then if it's not actually being burnt in, destroying the, you know, the everlasting light. Oh, it's time for our nightly chat. Do you make of it, Ardbert?
まあ、そうだな。ここで罪食い討伐を投げ出しても危機は去らないわけだしな。ところで、エメト・セルクの言っていたこと、ハイデリンが作り出された存在だって話が、もし本当なら、俺たち光の加護を受けし者は、ハイデリンの
That is the question. Like, her blessing and, you know, Zodiacs in turn doesn't really seem to make us, it doesn't really seem to have us tempered in the same way like regular primals temper anything.
Ah, yeah. お前も知らないなら今いい。奴の話そのものがお前たちを揺さぶるための虚言だ。
Even in the story, I wouldn't say we've exactly been, you know, the most reverent to Hydaelyn ourselves anyway.
簡単にひっくり返る。
Just to say, in truth, you could forget she exists half the time.
取りたくなるくらい憎くなる日が来るかもしれない。だからこんな俺はもう誰かを肯定も否定もすべきじゃないと思っていたが、釣りザーバウのやつらが夜を見て感激していたこと、よかったなって俺も思ったよ。冒険は楽しかったが、それと同じくらい戦った後に送られる誰かの思いが好きだった。それを思い出した。
Meanwhile, in Garlemald, doesn't exactly look like the comfiest place to live, does it?
They did say they were pushed to the cold north.
haven't really done much to make it particularly hospitable.
どうだった定時連絡は。
To do your
今の
ninja
とこ
tricks
ろ
on
戦
each
況
other.
に大きな変化はない。何度か小規模な衝突を繰り返しているが、同盟軍も帝国軍も攻めあぐねているようだ。
膠着状態か。兵力だけ見れば
The fighting has reached the stalemate stage, which means it's probably gonna start turning soon.
あの粒子戦争を乗り越えた国も加わってるんだ。
Stimming taking a moment to be his own, have his own national pride.
だが戦の長期化は双方の望むところではな
To be
か
fair, I kind of agree with that though. I feel like of any of the nations, like Ishgard should probably be like by the way the beefiest, just because they've been in a state of perpetual war for God knows how
この
long.
停滞は嵐の前の静けさともなりうる。帝国が一気に肩をつけようとしたならば、
黒バラの投入もある。やはり調査を急ぐべきだろう。侵入の手回しは。
無論進めている。加えて気がかりな情報を掴んだ。国境地帯ギムリとの戦場から帝国100人隊長が
The
一人
general posted the
姿を
elevated
消したの
front
だ。
disappeared without trace at the Gimlet Dark.
敵前逃亡かどこかで死体になっているか。どちらにせよ珍しい話ではないだろう。
確かに姿を消したままであればな。だが最近になってそやつがこの帝都で目撃されたとなれば話は別だ。敵前逃亡ならば帝都に戻るような真似はすまい。死んでいたならば死体が戻ったということになろう。
おお、つい最近聞いた話じゃないか。
現在ゼノスを語っていると思われるアシエン・エリディブス。
Someone has changed bodies and is on the
いずれ
move.
かのアシエンが100人隊長の体を得たか、あるいはまだ我らの知らぬ駒
Maybe
が
another
盤上
player
に
has
置かれ
joined
て
the
いる
game.
のやもしれぬ。
Uh-oh.
この件についても引き続き追わせている。我らも行くとしよう。
Right now, for the last time we saw him, he did strike down an Imperial. So that
Yep.
was the general, or he killed his way up to the general. Now I dare say he just killed the general and he's just wearing his skin right now.
なるほど。随分とつまらぬ戦になりかけているな。
In fact, he's already here.
父上も。いや、この体では赤の他人か。そうだ。俺を俺となせるのは今やあの女のみ。
He still wants to find
我が
us.
高き獲物、我が友よ。いずこかで爪は遂げたであろうな。貴様が道を開かんとするなら、俺もまた。
Something up? I'm gonna guess you almost come to the steps. pile saying just coming at the Crystarium, huh? Raise the barrier. I was wondering why it took so long, but then it points out despite having little idea of how it actually works, she had solved it and kind of okay, I was figuring out what to actually do. Which I feel like would have been expedient to have told us that half an hour. Just thinking about it while I'm wandering here. Like back in ARR, they do tell you, and Highland herself does even say that she is the will of the star, the planet itself, more or less. Which at the time just seemed like a very hand-in-hand thing with it being a live stream. But oh, that looks familiar.
I guess the Crystal Tower, the Alligans put one in the Crystal Tower too. Or at least they were able to get the Crystal Tower to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's the exact same one.
Yoshi, 防壁の展開は成功したようだ。
ひとまず街中の安全は確保ね。次はどうするの？
レイクランド各所ではライナたち衛兵団を中心として積み食いとの戦闘が始まっているんだ。すでにサンクレットたちも戦線に加わっている。 私たちも合流して積み食いを追い払おう。
Things must be desperate if they want to move into the dark. Oh boy. Be nice if the other target didn't keep picking allies first. I think there's a way to make it a little harder too, like picking enemies over the others.
I feel like I've heard that there's a way to change target priority, but I've never understood how to do it or heard much about it. But I feel like someone said that you can, in a weird way.
Did like that detail. Marion she gave me a spear card for that lesson. I mean, who else in the field of dead sin eaters than Thancred? Okay, he's not that good at picking his targets because he just gave me a Spire card, but you know, he means well. I do wish for ones like this, like sprint would either recover faster or just be like, you know, the always on sprint you got in that one thing. You can drop off for fights and all, sure, just for getting around if you're going into these lengths would be nice. At least with the sense of urgency going on. Dead. Wait. I don't know, Yorianji. We killed one of these ones before, it seems pretty ordinary. Two of them, actually. hit, but I can't do fucking anything with that.
私にだってこれくらいはこれが研究の成果だ
星の力をあ
派手に行くわよ
So you're trying to kill the big one. That works too. Fair play to him for letting me do it, but also fair play to me for being able to kill half the number at the time it took them to wind up the Giga Blast. Benefits of being the tank, I suppose. There we go. That is a pretty cool instance. It's kind of nuts the amount of things they throw at you in that. All very handleable, but like it's still nuts. Like just seeing the numbers, like Jesus. Fucking sick block there, Fangrid, must be so. That was Vaughn in charge.
Oi! 逃げろ! 闇の戦士が来て夜も取り戻したんだ。俺たちこれからだろ。
Oh, it's time for more Ardbert suffering.
チクショー、止まれ、止まってくれ。
嫌だ。来るな、来るな。だったらなんでなんだよ。俺は何のために。進め進め。まだ戦える者は合流、負傷者は後方に移送せよ。大丈夫だ、我らは勝てる。この
英雄なきはずの世界でそれはなおまばゆく、多くの犠牲を出しながらもその奮闘によって戦いはかろうじて終結した。
Being said, it was pretty neat being able to see them do something on the scale of that, where you're running across like the big open world area to have a big chain of fights across it. Given the amount of, you know, battlefronts and battlefields I've actually been to or been near or been the place of.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
What is this last guy? Ah, there he is.
ああ、すみません。何かご用だったでしょうか。大きな戦いでしたから、多少の怪我は致し方ありません。こうして命があるのですから平気です。 あなたには皆を代表して感謝を。その活躍がなければ間違いなく被害はさらに深刻でした。衛兵団についてはすぐに立て直しを図ります。また襲撃があっても持ちこたえられるよう一層の強化に努めましょう。それでは失礼します。
You are decidedly not fine.
悔しい悔しい。負傷した自分も仲間を守れなかった自分も、ここまで来てあと少しでみんなで幸せになれたはずなのに、一緒に行けなかった。
聞け、クリスタリウムの民、愚かなる民。私、ユールモアのバウスリーが宣告しよう。こたびの襲撃こそ
Thursday, it's time to sack Yilmore.
天罰である。滅びゆくこの世界で最後の希望として私を生み出した。私は人と罪食いの盟約を結び楽園を築くものである。事実、罪食いは私と私のしもべを決して食らわない。それはなぜか。対してお前たちの罪は深まるばかり。私の秩序に従わず罪食い狩りに加担するとは。こたびの悲劇をもって悔い改めよ。
He's getting more overt with the I'm a god thing and the sin thing, isn't he?
All the angels like him. All the sin eaters, all of them, and he thinks he's the big man at the end times. So yeah, I guess he is.
Oh, he's actually in Trysterium, alright. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Ugh. Thancred, how you doing?
I hope he's doing okay. That's our friend Thancred. He's doing good.
Seems to be doing well. Fucking need to get to those Yorharids, man. I remember them seeing my film, like, oh fuck, that looks nice to look at. And it's like, oh, Yorha, etc., etc. I'm like, oh. This is not the right one. Here's your hurls. Elvendil. What makes it specifically Elven?
It's old.
Alright, look. Exarch. It's time to sack Yulmore. Judging by that image, we might be going to Anraeng next, because I guess keep Kaluja till last. Which makes sense, but I'm also kind of of the mind that we really should sack that place. Alright, eggs aren't made.
みんなよく揃ってくれた。まずこたびの積み食いによる襲撃についてだな。
I like we're at the point the music doesn't even change anymore when he shows up.
There he is.
なんだ、遅刻現金なら最初からちゃんと呼べ。
We don't even know where you are half the time.
こたびの襲撃だが、あなた方には本当に助けられた。この町を預かる者として感謝に絶えない。しかし少なくない被害が出てしまった。クリスタリウムはとっくに私たちの家でもあるんだ。何か手伝えることがあれば遠慮なく言ってほしい。ありがとう。その言葉だけでも民がどれだけ励まされることか。バウスリーはこれを天罰と言った。しかし本能のまま襲撃を行う積み食いが意図的に罰を与えに来たとは考えにくい。ましてやレイクランドはすでに光が払われた場所。大積み食いならばともかく下級の者は避けたがるはずだ。
ならば意志なき積み食いに指示を与えたものがあったと考えるべきでしょう。
There is a coordinated boss somewhere.
くしくも自身で名乗り上げていた通り、それが可能なのは世界にただ一人、ドン・バウスリー、その人です。
ああ、故にクリスタリウムはここで屈するわけにはいかない。
Bothry does seem behind it. I mean, it has to be coordinated since he had his airships come and say, "Ha ha!" right after the fight.
For sure, but it's pretty easy to coordinate that when, you know, he's probably also a puppet. The question is, what gave him such power and where is it? Or who is it?
バウスリーといえばユールモアに呼ばれた件はどうだったの？
残念ながら実りのある話し合いにはならなかった。バウスリーはどうやら魅了に類する術を使うようなのだ。それによって私を傀儡にしようという魂胆で承知したらしい。君も見ただろ、ユールモアにおける異常なまでのバウスリー賛美を。あれら全てが虚構とは言い切れないが、市民たちにも精神支配が及んでいる可能性は高い。私は幻影を用いることで回避したが、今後彼と直接対峙することになれば厄介だろ
う。コルシア島の大積み食い捜索は一緒に進めてたんでしょ？
すまないが、良い報告はできそうもないよ。
私もいくつかの遺跡を巡ってみたけれど成果なし。だから手を変えて聞き込みに重点を置いてみたのよ。
ズバリって情報はなかったんだけど、あるモルド族がアムアレーン西部に広がる廃坑道なら隠れるにはもってこいじゃないかって。けど広大な坑道をあてもなく歩き回ったんじゃどれだけ時間がかかることか。
少しずつ情報は集まっているけれど、次の一手を決めるには足りていないわね。
大積杭は強い光を放っているものなんですよね。だったら光を司るもの、光の巫女ならばその居場所が感じ取れたりしないんでしょうか。私みたいな半端者じゃなくて本物の光の巫女。
Go back, find real Mantilia, have her look through the dirt and see if she can see it.
アムアレーンの南端、光の氾濫が止められた場所。違いますか、サンクレット。
違う。
いいえ、違わない、違わないはずです。
不用意に口にしていい言葉じゃないぞ。お前はそれがどういう意味なのか分かって言っているのか。
ちゃんと分かっています。確かにあなたからは何も聞いてない。あなたは優しいから何も言ってくれなかったけど、私だって何も気づかずについてきたわけじゃない。そんなにもサンクレットに無関心だったわけじゃない。
ああ、なるほど。道理で光の巫女の生まれ変わりにしては凡庸だと思った。光の巫女はまだそいつの中で眠っている。全ての力を引き出すには完全な一体化を果たさなければならない。結果残ることができるのは本来の光の巫女の人格か、肉体を提供している者の人格か、二つに一つと。お前には関係ない。
To be fair, I think it does concern him.
ああ、その通り。だがその言い方だとお前は関係者なんだろう。少なくとも自分ではそう思ってるはずだ。だったら少なくともお前とその娘はきちんと話し合っておくべきだったな。なぜ今の今
Emet-selech, the therapist.
何にせよいいじゃないか。その娘の提案はそれなりに可能性があると思うぞ。もろもろ手っ取り早くなるところが非常に高得点だ。次に目指すはアムアレーンの南端。支度をしてくれ。町の入り口で再集合だ。
Look, he shot Emmett when he walked past. They're getting better with like the subtler animations. Oh, he's pretty upfront about that. Like one of your primals, he tempered us. It was only natural, no resisting such power. It is interesting, like, just straight out, he's pretty upfront about that, like, oh yeah, summon them, he tampered us, bring about darkness, etc. Like, it's part of what makes, like, a lot of this, you know, it goes along with a lot of what else Shadowbringers is doing. I do think for the most part, not entirely, for the most part, emet-selech has been the level. Like, the things he says are the truth, or at least the truth as he understands it. The only things being, I'm pretty sure he's got some grander scheme going on involving that, you know, he's content to actually let us kill all these. Beyond the obvious logical statement of him being immortal means he could just do it again later. But that one where he's just straight up says, oh yeah, you know, Zodiac, our primal, summoned them, tempered us, we're like, oh, we got darkness rules, we're gonna make darkness happen. He's so flippant about it that either Zodiac and Hydaelyn's tempering is different, maybe because of the sheer level of power they are, it's just extremely high level and just doesn't completely suppress like the will of the people it controls, it just inclines them towards one way or the other. Yeah, maybe it's just that the other primals are just extremely crude in their tempering, because, you know, they're much lower level. Or it's not really tempering at all still. There's much to consider and think about.
Yeah. Very important stuff.
Mm.
Boy, I like this expansion.
This is really good. Like, you know, even the Heavens where when the story is really good and all, it didn't really have anything on the level of this, if you know what I mean. It wasn't really like spiraling questions and multiple different lines of inquiry and like plot threads to consider and think about. Like, it was very well executed, but it didn't have the amount of shit going on that Shadowbringers has going on. Like, the level, like, you know, basically the writing just took like a mad, steep jump straight up, especially coming out of Stormblood.
But don't you remember, Heavensward was a jump in quality, so this is a jump in even more quality.
Yeah. It is the next tier above, if not several tiers above. Everyone's rightfully needling Thancred at the moment. It isn't lost on me that the moment he takes up the expansion he takes up a Gunblade is also the expansion where he gets more moody. That's probably not completely intended, but it's funny.
He gets more what?
He gets moodier when now that he's taking up a Gunblade.
Yeah.
It's just funny to know. I do like the consistency. I know it's like partially, well, not partially, mainly to facilitate the, like the trust system. But it is funny to me that consistently Ariane since we got him has always been like siding with our splits whenever the team divides. It's just nice.
Also, here's another thing. If you didn't see it,
yep.
Today they announced a new free login campaign.
Oh.
For the folks who haven't played in a while, and this is the most generous one they've ever done. Probably because they want people to play in the content window where nothing's coming out between now and Endwalker.
Yeah.
So they're like, we'll give them a lot of time so they can pop on and do whatever, just to have a filled out player base during the slowest part ever, since it is the longest it's ever been between expansions. And also, it's actually the period from when they announced the release date at the FanFest to the release is actually the longest period. Or no, more so, between 5.55 and Endwalker is actually the longest period without content, I think, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, and that was actually patch 5.2. It's a long one.
So it makes sense given all that's transpired, but it is interesting to note.
Yeah.
Still though, it's nice that they're aware of that and they're doing things to...
But anyway, it's 14 days.
Ooh.
I didn't actually say the number of days, so it's about half a subscription. Usually it's like 3 to 7 days, and they said 14.
It's pretty nutty. I guess to be fair, the longer you do it, the more likely you are to guarantee them in, and not to stay in. There's been a remarkable amount of people, in passing, I've noticed that you see people going about the new stuff a lot. You see friends who will like and retweet their own friends from other circles playing it, and all kind of, yes, it's spreading everywhere. Man.
多くの労働者で賑わったその地には杉氏妃の営みが
There used to be a tree in here, but fuck. Oh, like Wild West style houses down there.
The other half of Anraeng. The other half of Anraeng. That's the way they are doing it.
Zun Zun. The Volbert Gold is still paying off.
You've become legendary. Because you spent a very fancy and important coin. And that's cool.
Information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back into your bag. A fun detail. I'm just saying, if we'd sacked Yulmore, we'd have an airship.
Yeah. But we can't sack Yulmore until we can discern the location of the Light Ward.
Fun facts, because you know they like lifting these names and things. There's whoever the names, like, I'm not sure who it is, but someone in, you know, our office at work, they like naming all of it. Like every time we make a new system or a new site, as we call them, which is a new code base, like a new thing that does a specific feature, they like to name it after stuff. And in the last several dozen, they've been naming after Greek mythology. And basically the point is, the newest one is a web service called Talos. So every time I see that, I just flip shit, basically. There's the minor twinge of like, because that thing annoys the shit out of me in work.
Cool. Good. We've brought work into your Final Fantasy special time. Your fun leisure Final Fantasy, that's work now.
Up and around. So how are things going on like the leveling fronts and stuff?
Yeah, it's taking a while to get to 75 still. I'm almost at 75. I should be. I'm about to probably go through a quick burst. I might be able to get to 76. It's a race before you get to the next content. Which is, I've still got a heft of time.
Yeah. Imagine so, 'cause we just started in Anraeng here. Sure, we might not even get there tonight. Depends on what state I'm in by the time when we're there, because it is now like 2 a.m. Fucking lizards are getting on my nerves. He's taking activation ranges on he gets. I just realized looking at it up close, this is like, it's based on like a lizard, like chameleon monster model from like it's a model based on like that enemy sprite from like Final Fantasy IV and shit. It's nifty, but also fuck. Time of it in these hills, fucking finding these. You can just fuck off. Conspicuous cup. The activation ranges of these enemies is fucking piss taking. Like, Jesus Christ.
Just haven't had the benefit of being over leveled like you have the past months.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's still like, Jesus, you're like, they're like bigger activation ranges than most of the shit in Palace of the Dead, which is my like benchmark for a lot of it, because that's the one I know.
These are some angry lads.
I suppose. Thancred's ninja instincts are still active though. You can tell when they're being stalked. Fuck off of that. Normal, that's for sure.
Hey, look, that guy's wearing big gathering miner gear.
Yeah.
It's a neat detail.
Bless her, Andre. Either Magnus is the guy we beat up, or, you know, we just left someone over behind that warehouse half unconscious. Oh, there we go. There's a few people about doing this bit as well, it's fine.
It is always funny to see them. Same time, doing the same stuff. Since it is a multiplayer video game.
until we get on the tracks anyway. Actually, let's go on the tracks though.
This town sure loves the trolley.
I really do.
Yeah, who can blame him? What a great miracle of invention. The trolley.
Yeah, he's a wreck. The guy who knows and could do something about it is crippling depressed.
Sounds about right.
So it goes. You could give it a stroke. Stroke the wood. The right tool for the job. I play carpenter. I know you need a file to do wood shit. I can see that you're talking on Discord, but I can't hear you. What is going on? Yep, there we go.
Is Discord doing something?
Discord was doing something. It's behaving now.
I might have been unmuted and just hitting buttons going...
Nah, because I could see your audio, the desktop audio and OBS going, and your ring going. I was like, what's happened? Well, I can't hear anything on my end. It's Discord was being a shit. Let's put it at that. The native Ronso, and then they become Mistils. The Ronso.
That's Hrothgar.
Aha.
Hrothgar always kind of were Ronso, but a little more lion-y. Anyway, this is another place where the Mikote are, so you don't have to just be Yulmore.
Good.
Because you felt like that was a problem in the early parts.
I didn't want to be this world's Lalafell. I haven't really seen any of them. There's the one guy at the bar, and that's it.
That was it.
My first word was trolley, damn it.
I love how much these guys love the trolley. shows great character. Good, and gumption. A lot of people say the trolley part is the weakest part of Shadowbringers.
If this is the weakest part, then fuck me, because it's still like kind of entertaining, you know?
Yeah.
It's also just nice as a break, because we're not long after, you know, like the massive battle sequence and a few gobs of misery.
Like, the Twine makes me think of something from a classic Square RPG, the town that would be on the way to your big objective.
I know what you mean. Yeah, there's always like
Because,
one or two
yeah.
like that, yeah.
Yeah. Like, because the first part of Anraeng was mostly the, you know, desert on the side, but this one's entirely downhill, and you're trying to make your way down to the other end of the track.
Yeah.
So it feels like a solid progression to me, and I like it a lot. I think it's just it feels classic. It's not that intriguing. There's not big story beats. You're helping a bunch of folks fix a trolley.
It's a little episode on the way, which you do need.
You do need episodes on the way. They're important.
I feel like that's actually kind of like part of why Stormblood's like repetition, like as it explores bits of the colonialism and all, but it got repetitive in some like a good bit of how I explained it. It's kind of like there wasn't really any like the closest you got to an episode along the way was like Tamamizu and Sweet no Sato, but in the main story those are just like incredibly tiny pit stops. You just touch like once each on your way, and then you're gone. They weren't really like their own wee episodes, which is basically no part of Stormblood's main story is really its own wee episode. Like the closer you get, I guess, is like the entire Zemu step, but even that's like pretty relevant for the plot all the way through. Getting the warriors of the steppe to help over like take back Doma and all that. Even Heavensward had like the wee episodes, like the pit stops along the trip to Horace Velgars, where Alpha knows to go find
the
firewood.
Moogles. You sit with the Moogles and then you do the firewood.
Yeah,
those kind of like little thing.
The Moogle one's the better because you had to go get Connie Senna, bring her out, chat some Moogles.
Yeah, the Twine feels classic to me.
Yeah. It does have that vibe. It's like what is it? It reminds me of what the hell did you call it? Barrett's hometown in 7, and also the place underneath the gold saucer in 7. It's got similar vibes to those. Neither was exactly as humorous as everyone loving the goddamn trolley, but it's got a similar like, tiny aesthetic and stuff to that. But you're right, like it is very much like along the way on your journey you find a town that has like a specific feature and you have to help them get that feature back or resolve an issue with it and like solve someone's personal problems as you go.
I love the trolley. It's great. It's a fun little funny thing.
It's a nice little pause. It's also nice there's not we're not again having the Yulmore army exactly on our steps and all that shit again as we rush to the Light Warden.
Yeah. Yulmore's busy doing their thing at the moment. Because when I was younger, it took me to be the older teen years to actually be into the Squaresoft or the classic RPGs. I had to buy Final Fantasy VI on Wii Virtual Console and such. Because I was born in 1997.
1994, but I have 2 older brothers and an older sister who are all really into video games and especially Final Fantasy.
I am an only child, just me.
So I know as much about older games as I do, because 3 older siblings all into it, all into different ones. You just get the hand-downs and access.
Yeah. But what I was saying is, even though I didn't touch it that far. I did play Super Mario RPG when I was like 12 or something, because that was the one. I did like RPGs, I just didn't do Squaresoft. I did the Mario and Luigi.
Yeah.
Like I said, and before when we did Eureka. So I did enjoy RPGs, but the point I am rambling about to get to is, since I did play it makes me think of Monstro Town for some reason. That was a stop along the way type town.
Yeah.
So that was the closest thing I related Twine to. I don't know why.
It's, I guess thinking about it, because like the other example I was thinking of, like outside of Final Fantasy, actually was like, you know, times in Dragon Quest games and stuff. Like there's quite a bit of that and stuff like Dragon Quest VIII, especially. And the more I think about it, the more kind of like, you know, it's probably just a general Square Enix habit, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm like, Twine, this is a classic type thing. It's like,
Yeah.
you've seen this kind of town before, and I like it. And who cares about all the people that don't like it? They don't like the trolley. That's their fault.
Only like true patricians can respect the trolley. Like, most critically, really is that like, you do need to have the variety. And I think like some people don't get that. Like, even though it wasn't the trolley specifically, you did need something other than you're on the bum rush for like Light Warden 4 and your more armies again at your ass, causing problems with the local people who are your friends and all that. But we already hit our climax on that anyway with, you know, casting the general into the void, from which he will, I assume, eventually return, probably with his shirt torn, to like do us the top of the roof of Yulmore. But yeah, like it is just a thing of like having done that, you know, twice in a row, and you've already like, not even twice really, I guess, because like, they were on your ass a bit earlier than that. So just with each advancing step, you've already escalated all that. Like, you need to break the spacing. Anyway, it's called pissing, people. Here's your rocks, make them walk. Bring him back to us. Nope. Pretty sure the mining stopped, or the mining for the material to fix the thing stopped because Magnus's wife died.
親方の奥さんはさ、最後の山師なんて呼ばれた凄腕の採掘師だったんだ。タロースに新しい神格が必要かもって話になった時、当然彼女は自分が掘りに行くって名乗り出た。けど何せ歴史ある鉱山だ。力のある石となると掘り尽くされてて簡単。それで彼女が坑道の奥深くに潜っていった時のことさ。大規模な崩落が起きたのは。
It's always improper maintenance of the mine.
みんな必死になって坑道を塞いだ土砂をどけたよ。待っていたのは当然それ以来親方はあんな感じさ。
ちなみに当の本人はどこへ？
ああ、ついさっきフラッと出て行ったから多分。
His wife's grave. Yep.
Nanda? さっきのやつじゃねえか。しつけえな。どんなに頼まれようがトロッカー動かさねえ。あんなもんぶっ壊して樽にでも桶にでもした方がまだマシってもんだ。上がったら帰れ。二度と俺の前に面さらすんじゃねえ。
二人の名は？
息子はスクリー、妻はアグナだ。ただいまという相手がいなくなってどこにも帰れなくなっちまった。こいつに溺れても溺れても行き着く底なんてありゃしねえ。
まったくだ。いっそ楽にしてくれと願ってる時ほどそいつは役に立たない。
That's a bit of that's a hell of a line that he knows.
お前も家族を亡くしたのか。
どうだかな。家族なんて上等なものにはなってやれなかったと思う。何せ俺は身寄りのない孤児だったからな。俺を拾ってくれた恩師は立派な人でそれを慕ってはいたさ。だが自分の手で守らなきゃならないようなものは何一つ持たないまま生きてきた。そんな時だ。俺の力不足でまだ幼かったあいつを天涯孤独の身にさせてしまった。それからずっと守ってやりたいと思ってきたが、思い返すたび大したことはしてやれなかったと感じるよ。だからこそ彼女の生きた後を
There it is again. The legacy.
拾わなくちゃならないんだ。
Really are pressing on that one this time.
それに今の俺には守ってやりたいものがもう一つ。足踏みしていたら削られていくのはあいつの未来だ。 だからナバスアレンに行く。そのためにタロースの修復ができた暁にはお前にトロッコを動かしてもらいたい。
できるもんか。
どうして本物のミンフィリアのこと過去みたいに言うんですか？まだ取り戻せるじゃないですか。
Maybe we'll finally get Dunkard over his problems here. Maybe. Yeah, they have done a generally much better job putting. I think I already commented on this, but they have generally done like a much better job putting the. Better is probably not the right word. They're more obviously putting the Aether Currents on top of like very special, standout locations to like bring attention to them and just make them, seem more important. Yes. They're also routing them into like where you're going a lot more.
Yes. They're smartly placed.
Yeah.
But you did say that earlier in the stream. Rak'tika. But it's always fun. We're having a goof around.
Almost a ways off yet.
I think Chris did that recently where he was about to ask something he asked earlier in the stream. Or something to that effect. And it was a bit funny.
I noticed actually it gone live with Tetris 99 earlier for the Mario Golf thing, so that's probably why he wasn't on today. So he'll probably be on tomorrow then.
He said he's got stuff he's got to do before Final Fantasy XIV time, so I do not know when that is, but it's whenever it's good for him.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's not on tomorrow, we will be. As not to put too fine a point on it, but I am noticing that the enemies and quests are all 76 now, which is like, oh, over the line.
You're over the halfway mark. You've been over the halfway mark, I think. Actually, look at, go into your journal and look at the quest to Convenient Distraction.
Journal. 77. Ah. We're well over halfway. Volbert Gold. I do like this, by the way, the little events where they give you specific status effects and stuff just for the story, basically.
Yeah, that is new. That is new to this expansion, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is because it's standing out a lot. They've done it quite a bit, and it's nice to see. Exploring what they can do with their established mechanics, and that's a big thing in Square Enix games, especially the more classical ones as well. Final Fantasy IV has like better gameplay story integration than most most modern proclaimed extremely well, extremely high quality story games and stuff. A, it has it, but B, it actually does do it regularly and effectively. It's just like, damn. They almost made it look easy at times. Here's your Volbert Gold. Go just buy the entirety of Moritsuk.
Or 40 mushrooms. You can do that. That's about what it's worth. I know one Volbert Gold is worth at least 40 mush loaves.
Yeah, just fucking buy all of them and then just sit and eat them in front of everyone. See what happens.
Also, they'll talk about you for a long time, apparently, because you'll become a legendary individual of commerce, says the Mord.
So much so that they're always willing to tell you shit and not just do you favors just because you were that good. You were that big a spender. Alright, Gufton. What you got? I want to see the trolley through before I pack in for the night. At least the trolley.
At least the trolley. I think you're getting there. Actually, if you get to a certain point, I know the right place to end again.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because if you see the trolley through, I'm thinking there's a certain amount after the trolley you want to add to that. That's what is my thinking. Unless you want to stop around now and finish the trolley next time.
Nah, I wanted to see like the trolley through because I figure I'll come to the end of it. So it's like, yeah, see the episode time in. There's a bit beyond that to reach to, and by all means. Thought occurs when I'm wandering and all. I know Y'shtola's outfit is on the mall station, but is like Tancred's outfit like available in the game? Like, is that mall station as well? Or is that anything?
Well, Thancred's outfit is a white level 80 gunbreaker outfit.
Okay, well, I mean
so
that'll
I don't know if they would. Y'shtola's is unique.
Yeah.
And level 80 gunbreaker is blue. That's the difference.
I mean, that's all I basically need to know, because there's presumably somewhere a diable version of that then.
I don't know if it's that is the only I know if it's that.
You can probably, yeah, you can probably make a diable if it isn't, 'cause, you know, the Storm, like the other ones all have diable versions or are diable. Like the Heavensward ones are just diable outright, I think. Stormblood, you need to put them through, you need to at least go through Animos, this is upgrade chain, and then they become diable. Yeah, so I would assume if the Shadowbringers ones aren't diable outright, then they probably can be made so. Oh, just knowing that it is the level 80 gear is fine enough, honestly, for my purposes.
Yeah, Y'shtola got that because her outfit is entirely unique to her.
Yeah.
Also, Kryle's outfit is entirely unique to her, and that is another outfit you can get on Mog Station.
Doesn't that one like also change your hair?
I don't know.
I think I remember looking at it. It's like it gives you her hairstyle every time you wear the hood. I think so, anyway. I do find it funny that goblins are called knockers on the first.
That is what they are in the first. Or rock worms.
Which is weird, because they're not really worms.
I mean, it could be more worm-like underneath the mineral. You don't know.
The whole little legs, you know?
Yeah. Worm with legs.
It's not really a worm at that point, it's just like a millipede.
A worm with legs. Miracles of nature.
So who am I to judge otherwise? A lot of these little shits done here, though.
You know, I mentioned that most people think Twine is the weakest part of Shadowbringers, but I did not mention what I think is the weakest part of Shadowbringers. I think the Nomu takes a little too long.
Okay, fair enough.
I think they do a little, one or two errands too many, but it's not bad at all. It's fun. But
yeah,
I think they could have, you know, like cut one or two of those errands out, because then you go straight to the Amaro, and you've already, and you're still kind of just going around. And the Amaro segment is perfectly lengthened. Or perfectly lengthened
it's not really like chores either. Like you're actually figuring stuff out, like set or whatever.
But it is back to back with the Nomu section, so I feel like they could have just.
Yeah, that's valid.
Barely noticeable though. Great game, Shadowbringers, everybody. I love.
Yeah, if these, you know, that's like what you consider the weakest part, and this is what other people consider the weakest part. It's kind of like shit. It's like it's been excellent so far, and even those bits I'm kind of like, yeah, like this one I still think is just good still anyway. And the No More one, I kind of agree that could be trimmed a bit, but even now I'm kind of like, that's perfectly fine.
お前には馴染みがない話かもしれないが、あいつは原初世界のミンフィリアはもともと採掘師として稼いでいたんだ。
I actually do remember this. Isn't her class minor whenever she's got white and thing? AR.
彼女が事故で父を失って以来。
Even like Thancred mentions like Benfilia OG is like was something of a minor.
She did mine a bit, so she was aware of getting some funds for the Circle of Knowing, I guess. In the infancy of the operation. And apparently Flamine helped with that. Taught her the lay of the land.
俺が情報収集も兼ねてウルダ派の酒場で飲んでると、顔に泥をつけたあいつが外を通るわけだ。俺は今日も無事に仕事が終わったのかと安心しながら、なんだか妙に居心地が悪くなる。けど そこで店を飛び出して追いかける理由もない。だから後腐れない相手と酒や軽口をますます弾ませるんだ。
I can't help but note you're kind of repeating this problem with the current Minfilia Thangard.
まったくだ。その点に関しては彼女自身からも他の賢人たちからもだからこそ今回だけは間違いない。
A chance to do things right, and I will not spoil it again. Well, I'll buy that.
おいあんたら見てくれよ、こいつは驚きだぞ。
獅子名詞があったのか。
ああ、まあな。あんたら相当な強運の持ち主だよ。見つけた獅子名詞は細かな破片がいくつかと。
これも獅子名詞か。
そうだ、そんな大きいものはここ十数年出ていない。加えてよく見ろ。
ああ、この傷みたいな線か。マグヌス・スクリー、愛するあなたたちに。
そうだそうだとも。そいつはマグヌスのところの嫁アグナからの贈り物なんだ。まったくさすが最後の山師だよ。だが崩落のせいで帰ることができなくなった。おそらくその言葉を刻んで息絶えたんだろう。いつかマグヌスが見つけると信じて。それを岩虫のやつが先に持ってっちまったんだ。ああ、まったくなんてこった。あんたらが埋もれてた運命を掘り当てたんだよ。この場所にもまだこんな思いが残ってたんだな。
Can we convince him that this is it? Someone's had some mad fishing luck by the look of it. his mighty Talos.
さて、これで理論上は完了です。起動用の魔力を流せば、このタロースは動くと思われます。
わかった。そのままやっちまってくれ。
He lives again.
Robot Rock Man. Boy, this the first really likes robots made out of rocks, though.
Really do.
I mean, who doesn't? They're robots made out of rocks. They're great.
親方。
なんでだよ。たかだかこれっぽっちの石人形だぞ。これっぽっちなのに畜生なんてものを残してくんだ。
どうしましたか、ミンフィリア。
私には残せるものなんて何もない。私は何をやろうとしてもみんなほどうまくできない。私が私のまま生き残っても
Thancred, we need to have words about your fatherhood here.
サンクレットだって傷つけるって分かってるんです。いっそ本物のために消えてくれって、そう言ってくれたら苦しくないのに。
申し訳ありません。私は光の巫女を第一世界に送った張本人。あなたにもサンクレットにも
I hadn't considered that angle of it. Oh man. Sorry, Amg. You don't deserve that.
世界というものはとても複雑です。誰かに生きてほしいというごく単純な願いでさえ、別の誰かを犠牲にしなければ叶わないことがある。だからこそ皆、生きるに足る理由を、死すべき理由を見出そうとするのではないかと思います。しかし本来その願いにはそのような難しい理屈はいらないのです。ただ大切なあなたに未来へと歩んでほしい、歩んでほしかった、それだけのものなのです。 私は人の群れの中で生きるのが苦手でしたので、これを思い知るまでに時間がかかりすぎましたが、あなたはただ信じてもいいのではないかと。
そうかもな。
Swear to God, man. I'm gonna fucking put you in the dirt before long if you don't solve this. I should stress this isn't like actual irritation or anything. It is the knife twisting of good emotional drama, and that's what's making me go like, alright, for fuck's sake, I will put the boot in if you do not. Oh.
今回は彼らについていかなかったのか。
It's a hell of a line.
まあな、大森林で大まかな具合は把握した。あとは見るべき時に見ればいい。
Emet-selech doesn't understand the trolley.
それに
Emet-selech is everyone who didn't like Twine and thought the trolley was pointless. Hey, everyone likes the trolley, so the haters can take that and stick it to where the sun don't shine, if you know what I'm saying. I like the trolley.
だから寝ていた。眠りはいいぞ。実に快適な時間のやり過ごし方だ。ラハブレアのじいさんなんかはコロコロ体を変えて働き続けてたが、あれじゃ擦り切れるってものだ。
Interesting that Emet-selech enjoys sleeping, but the other Assassins apparently didn't.
気力も記憶も願望さえな。お前こそ一体いつ眠ってるんだ？どこかで存分に寝だめでもしたかね？やっぱり嫌われているらしい。
The fact that he didn't answer that though was so like, That seems like a simple question to answer, Exarch.
私が連中に接触したとき、なぜ警告の一つも挟
And
ま
you've been talking with him much, have you?
Not really, he just says his interactions with the Exarch are very guarded.
But they have had interactions.
Yes.
よしとはしまい。
ほう、よくご存知で。まるで窮地のような言い方じゃないか。不思議なものだな、水晶校。お前は一体何だ？
And that's the telling question. Who are you?
私は原初世界においてこの塔を作った国アラグ帝国の建国と繁栄に
I hadn't actually considered that. And it's so, yeah, he made Alag. He knows what Alag was capable of, and thus he knows what here isn't of Alag.
お前が使った英雄の召喚術は塔に備わっていた機能ではない。それどころか肉体を捨てさせずに人を別世界に招くなど
アシエンですら成し得ていない技だぞ。そうか、お前はアラグに。ならばこう答えよう。私はお前たちが翻弄してきたもの。人の歴史、人の執念によって導かれた大公者。クリスタルタワー、時の翼、彼方より来たりし者による次元を超えた事象観測。
Those who tame the nature of the wings of time and grasp the nature of the rift.
そしてそれらを目にした天才たちが生涯をかけて残したひらめき。私は全ての思いと奇跡を託されてここに立つ。運命に反逆せんとするために。
So by the sign of it, he mentioned that like when he pulled the crystal tower here, he did so from, you know, like, the crystal tower is like as it is from some time in the future of the source, not from, you know, the present time. And I'm beginning to think he didn't, you know, maybe he did pull it here, but I'm beginning to think he probably comes from a similar sort of place himself. Because pretty much everything he said there is very much a I am from the future thing. The question remains who?
What a good scene! Ski rocks! I love it!
It is really good though. Like that, just the lines are just kind of like, oh, the nature of what we know is changed again. It's not just the Crystal Tower that came from a future time. To some degree, he's come from a future time as well. Another again.
Speculatively.
Be probably speculative. What he said there, at least to me, sounds really like he is from a future. Now, which future and where is future? That's what we don't know. Because we still need to know who is he. Shadowbringers is so good, man.
I know.
It's so
how did they do it? And it's still living up to the is it surpassing the expectations that were already
are in the dust, man. It's going and it's still going.
Oh my god, I love this one.
What's her name? Natsuko Ishikawa, isn't it?
Yes, she
fucking legend. Fucking legend.
After Shadowbringers came out, they said she should write the plot to another mainline Final Fantasy. But she's sticking to 14 right now. I'm pretty sure 16, even though it's Creative Business Unit 3, I'm pretty sure it is the Heavensward writer.
Yeah. Which, I mean, it makes sense.
That's still very good.
It's still very good, and also it makes sense, because, like, I'm pretty sure the idea is that whatever she's done here, like, it's like, okay, finish it off. Like, you've brought us to this point, keep going.
Yeah, because all accounts point to 16 started development after Heavensward in 2015, 2016-ish. again, everyone thinks you overhype it. I don't think it's possible to overhype Shadowbringers.
I don't think it is.
Because I think it's really, really hard to overhype it entirely because expectations are set by the previous 300 hours of gameplay.
Yeah.
So you think, oh, it's gonna be probably a bit better. It's a lot. It's a lot.
You think it's gonna be in like the vein and tier of like Heaven's Word, which is where like the writing was at its previous height. And then you get here and it's kind of like, oh no, I am something so much more than that. Like there's layers of shit going on. We've got plot threads going everywhere. There's questions constantly. And it keeps flipping things on its head in very natural and smooth ways.
And we're still in the trolley part. People don't care for it as much as the rest. Anyway, sorry about that extended rant on how much I like this game.
No, it's welcome, it's valid. You rant away and take the floor, King. Like, my man, you're right. You're right, and you should say it.
Okay, good, because I'm probably gonna rant about how much I like this game next time when we finish it, probably. I don't know. If I'm gonna be honest, if we do another one like we did today, going from 3 my time to now 10:30 my time and 3:30 a.m. for you?
Yeah.
If we do another one like this tomorrow, I think we finish 5.0, but I'm not, I'm like 80% certain. Maybe, maybe not.
Okay. I mean, that sounds right, 'cause we're at like, what, the 77 quests?
It was 77.
So yeah, that sounds right then, yeah.
But I'm like I said, 80% sure, but I don't want to promise if we did another one like this tomorrow if we're not doing multiplayer stuff with Chris or
if he's
I'm
not doing
Chris's Omega.
Yeah, yeah. The weave around all these like hyperactive gits. And then the trolley. What? Oh, it's an instance. So who's gonna be waiting for us on the other end here? I do like, it's not an engine or anything, it's not like a lever or pulleys or anything, it's just this guy grabbing the trolley and running it.
Also, I'm still happy that I just really like Urianger's redesign over his garbage original design. It's like he has a unique design now.
Yeah, being able to see his eyes does tons for his like
For his
expression.
character.
Yeah.
And his character was already multifaceted, multi-dimensional, interesting character, but now he feels more personal.
He is, yeah. Like a lot of like I make the jokes, but it really is like he actually is like very. He does reveal a lot more like how caring he is, how gentle he can be, how emotionally understanding he can be with Minfilia. I made like the good dad, bad dad jokes, but it really is that. It does him a lot of favor. It's really good.
Yes.
トロッコが通る時にだけ開くのか。
いや、事故防止のために一度開いたらしばらくは開きっぱなしだ。
だったらユールモア軍を巻いた後、みんなもナバスアレンを目指してくれ。そっちで合流しよう。
ウリエンジェ、ここまで今まで本当にありがとうございました。
そちらこそお気をつけて。どうかそれぞれに悔いのないように。
別れも済んだなら動かすぞ。そこそこ揺れるだろうから注意しな。行き先はハイとナバスアレン、アムマリク新宮殿前だ。ゲートの向こう側は線路の整備ができてねえからな。いざとなったら途中から足を使ってくれ。それじゃ良い旅を。
Away we go.
That's Twine.
見えたぞ。あれがゲートだな。
Fuck, I hope this system works.
Otherwise, you'll hit your heads into the gate. And that won't be pleasant.
よし。仕掛けも問題なさそうだ。
I knew you weren't dead.
Now it's Ranji time.
Fucking sick of your shit, old man.
しぶといやつだな。
我には奈落すら生ぬるい。あの程度グクマッツをもってすれば何とでもなるが、むしろ驚きを禁じ得ないのは我の方よ。東の騒ぎを陽動と見て単身こちらに回ったが、無様よな反逆者ども。我が主に従っていたならかい。おお、ミンフィリア、哀れな娘よ。お前はそのまま待て。すぐにネズミどもを始末してくれよ。
ダメです。
かつて我は拾うたびにお前を育て共に戦場に立ち何百何千もの罪食いをほふった。
So I presume he trained the last one then.
されど
Yeah,
世
okay.
は変わらずお前は幾度も死に続けた。この薄汚いネズミどもは哀れなお前になおも戦うことを迫り混迷の世に招き入れようとしている。
Another one who can't fucking let go.
ならぬぞ。お前を苦しみから永久に解き放てるのは我が主バウスリーのみ。
いいえ、私はそんな風に救ってもらいたいわけじゃない。今だって痛くて辛くて
That's right.
皆さんからかけてもらった言葉を覚えています。一緒に見た風景を覚えています。その思い出があるからこそ苦しいのだとしてもなかったことになんて絶対にできません。伝えたいんです。大好きだと、ありがとうと。だからあなたの手は取りません。そこを通してください。
愚かな反逆者どもに染められおっ
It
て
didn't take much prodding to pick you over that
強
line.
気が必要か。
お前が伝えようとしてくれた気持ちは痛いほどよく分かってる。行け、こいつは俺が食い止める。
でも
だから誰のためでもないお前の望みをぶつけてくるんだ。俺はお前のわがままくらいいくつだって受け止めてやる。そいつを頼んだ。必ずミンフィリアの元まで届けてやってくれ。
Also, Twine is actually an important part for Tankard's character in this expansion.
It is, yeah. Very much so. Again, like, I really don't get paid. Like, you know, jokes to Charlie. So I really don't get people say it's the weakest part of it. It's like, good shit.
Well, I mean, that's because the whole game is good.
Yeah.
Shadowbringers, but you know.
妹と娘、二人の家族への思いだ。
少子、貴様のような未熟者があれの父など
Being more
名乗
worried
るでは
about
な
it
い
is
わ。
if well, like you could be a better father to her than me.
And that's kind of part of what the dynamic is, to an extent.
Are they doing it? They're doing it, aren't they? Yeah. I'm glad this is back, and I'm glad this is here. Let's see. Smackdown. Nebula, Rough Divide. And we got our combo. Alright. Felt it was Samurai as well, but this is actually a pretty good take on how Gunbreaker works. On a basic level.
Dragon thing is gonna do something.
Got a scythe.
This is big Ranji mode.
He's also, that's a pretty sick outfit of it too.
So yeah, this is actually a fight about who can be the better dad.
It really is.
Thancred hasn't been a very good dad so far, but he probably can become a better dad.
He can.
Ranjit?
Ranjit's a lost cause. He's the worst dad.
He just got a duty action. When he slows his heartbeat using ninja skill, even though he's a gunbreaker.
Boom. Oh, and that landed a hefty blow on him too.
Yeah, that's a big chunk. Otherwise, he would be. He's a little. What's the right word? Hefty. A lot of HP. Otherwise, he didn't have those big hits.
Getting the half there around you. Presume we have to wait for it to be close to the thing to do it, or no? It said to do it. Like merging the Gala Ninja and Gunblade skills, so that's rad as hell. Buy your time for a chance to strike.
Oh, it just started storming outside. I saw some lightning.
These are coming at thick numbers, man. Why do you persist in this folly? I don't think it's us who does. It's not working anymore, Thancred. I hope you fall for the third time. Yep. Enjoy the onslaught. Well, that's an unfortunate timing. Emphasis on deadly. Soul Deep invisibility. Leap of faith. There it is. I did like a good 20% damage, Jesus. Again, it's always a surprise to see the actual blood.
They added real blood tech to this one. You saw it with Kai Shear and you see it with Thancred.
あの娘は苦難の星のもとに生まれたのだ。苦しむぞ。
守っていくさ。あいつがそれを望む限り。
Also clothing damage.
君がこの人生に与えてくれたものを旅しながら何度も思い返していた。他愛もない日常、過ぎていく日々。俺がそれを持て余している間に君はすっかり大きくなった。思い出は一つ一つが鮮明で、だからあの時の言葉もよく覚えている。もらった愛情を今度は誰かに分けに行くと、そう言って遠い世界に旅立っていった。そんな優しい君の願いに今度もまた気づかなければよかったのかもしれない。でも一度くらいはちゃんと叶えたいだろ。俺はお前のお兄さんなんだから。ミンフィリア。
Alas, poor Thancred. That was a really good sequence.
Yeah, this is a part of Anraeng you can't usually get to, I don't think. Or I'm not sure. No, you can when you're flying.
It does mention you can use
because you don't have flying yet, I think, is why.
I should ask have we hit the point where you felt there was a good ending, or?
No, this next quest is the good ending.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's just the next quest.
This is making sure.
And then the next one.
Yeah, you'll know it when you see it.
I will know. I will know when I see it. I don't mean to keep making you go, though.
I mean, you know, if I didn't want to, I would have stopped. You know.
I'm assuming you're in. I wish I didn't have sleep have to happen and we just played it forever.
Yeah.
Are you?
It's kind of like, man, imagine if we had like the same time zone, so we could just start and then just go the same length, but without me needing to sleep.
Yeah. That's how good it is.
Ether current. Believe. And there's another one out there I haven't got, but it shouldn't be too hard to get. $533 northwest. That's someplace I haven't been, but we can get to. Yep. Welcome to the Echo. This is the point when the flood was rolling around. What is a very literal flood, goddamn.
Final Fantasy XIV is also doing their 14-hour broadcast right now, and apparently there's a live letter to it.
Hmm.
I don't know if there's any big news, because since it's not Endwalker time yet. I assume you saw the live letter thumbnail on the launcher, though.
Yeah. Just sitting around.
Yep. That's how you know it's a dev team of the people. They get us. They know us. They get us. That's how you know they're good developers.
So there's Ardbert's mates. All of them just handing over, I'm guessing their souls. Or their... And there's Ardbert.
ダメよ。あなたは力を使い果たしてはダメ。私の力と
This is the scene we saw in our vision on the way in.
It is. We saw that in the rift.
どうしてだよ。俺だってこの世界を守る力になれるなら。
あなたはまだ消えるべきではないわ。いずれこの世界を本当の意味で救おうとしたとき、あなたはもう一度希望になる。
ミフィア！
Now where are we? It's been some several hundred hours.
あなたが本当の。
よく 本当によくここまで来てくれました。こうしてあなたたちに会えてとても嬉しい。私の魂をここまで抱いてきてくれた優しい子、あなたにずっと伝えたいと思っていたの。辛い宿命を背負わせてしまってごめんなさい。それでも投げ出さずに歩いてきてくれてありがとう。
私はいつでも負けそうでした。だけどみんながいてくれたから。
さあ聞かせてちょうだい。あなたの言葉であなたの望みを。
私はみんなと一緒に全ての大罪杭を倒し、この世界を救いたいです。でも大罪杭は姿を隠している。光の巫女の力があればそれを突き止めることができるでしょうか？
ええ、できるでしょう。強い光をたどって彼らの居場所を探し出せるわ。でもあなたの予想する通り、それは本来の光の巫女の力があればの話。先へ進もうと思えば選ぶしかない。選ぶのはいつだって勇気がいる。でもあなたはそれをなせるだけの強さを大切な人たちからもらってきたのではないかしら。
100年前、この世界からは光の氾濫とともに多くが失われました。たくさんの命、豊かだったはずの大地、そして英雄と呼ばれる存在も。そんな世界で私は皆さんの背中を見ました。遥か遠くから来た英雄たちの背中を一緒に旅をしてすぐ近くで。私はまだ未熟だけれど、許されるのならあの背中を追いかけてみたい。無謀だとしても届かないかもしれなくても、もらった思いを、力を次の誰かに伝えられるようになりたい。それがつながって、この世界でもいつかまた多くの英雄たちが果てない未来を目指すようになればいい。
素敵な夢、私もかつて願ったわ。ミンフィリアという存在を罪食いと戦う人々の灯火としてつないでゆく。あの願いはあなたが拾ってくれたのね。私はそれで十分胸を張ることができる。あ
あなたがどれほどの力を手に入れたとしても、絶望は立ちふさがり、無力に苛まれるでしょう。それでも決して負けないで。私の心を分かってくれた。優しくて。
ありがとう、ミーフィリア。私を、人を信じ続けてくれて。
あなたにも心からの感謝を。その存在は私にとって混迷の闇を照らす暁そのものだった。覚えていて、英雄は一人ではないわ。二つの世界のあなたが手を取れば、運命はまた切り開かれる。
Maybe just let that scene ride by itself, because, you know, serious time, but, the only way I have to say about it is I noticed the, what is it? I noticed the bit that stood out to me where she mentioned, you know, about the doubts, the hurt and all that. Do not, you know, do not let it overwhelm, but do not deny it. And I'm kind of like, I see it. I see your thematic parallel with Dark Knight Stormblood. I see what you're doing, and I like it.
Yes.
Sorry, the headphones cut off there.
I said yes. Very softly.
Oh. She's naturally a redhead.
Yep. So, that is the real end of original Minfilia.
Oh, hell.
She's gone.
No. Better that way to go.
Her eyes also do not glow anymore. She's just regular. So, the third killing off of Minfilia classic is the one that takes.
It was a very interesting scene. Yeah, it was just a very good scene. Like, it's nice that when we do get to see Minfilia again, in even limited capacity, it is in a very strong scene that does actually, I guess in a sense, it just kind of transfers over to, you know, our current one, really. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So it was in one sense, because we, you know, yeah, she was there for most of AR, but like, she mostly didn't do too much. Like, yeah, that is a mark. Look at it. But,
that is something people kind of make fun of 14.4's Minfilia's role in, is like, she's there in her Realm Reborn. She disappears.
Yep, mostly on the radio, then she disappears. And
you see her in Heavensward when she's part of Heidelin, and then she disappears. And now she's back here in a weird way, which is really cool because she's basically an Ascian, but of light, or of Heidelin. And basically taking the lives of many young girls just to be vessels. And then she's here, gone for real now. Because the whole conflict of the moral conflict that original Minfilia viewed it as was that she was taking their own paths away because they had to be Minfilia. So yeah, Minfilia didn't do too much, but she was also a vital character all the same.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're here. So here's the thing. I think they overdo Thancred's scene because I thought he died when I played it.
Yeah.
I think it's a great, emotional, important scene. They go hard in the animation. They go wild and play it so big.
Yeah.
And I was like, did Thancred just die? And they say, no, he didn't. And I'm like, oh, phew.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing like they probably shouldn't have gone that hard if he was gonna walk it off. But I guess to be fair, hang on, like he spent his lying on the ground, like he covered his eyes, and it's kind of like okay, I kind of got the impression that he probably didn't die there.
Yeah, I thought he died. I was like, what? And then he came back. It's like, oh my goodness, you animated that so cinematic and
yeah,
had a sense of finality to it. But in retrospect, once you know that he's fine, what I realize it as is the sense of finality is not for Thancred, it's for Minfilia.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, ah, yes. So it still does make sense the way they did play it, but it was like, wow, oh my goodness, the first time.
I suppose like it is the thing, like especially now seeing he's alive, like thinking back, it's kind of like yeah, I guess the cinematic language, so to speak, was if he didn't cover his eyes, he probably would have lay there like still spread eagled. It would have been okay, then he had died, but because he made such a move and continued talking, it's kind of like, okay, he'll make it, but probably only just.
Yeah, that didn't translate to me. I was like, oh my god, he's dead. Ah!
I mean, perfectly valid, because you're right, they do go super hard on it. Like the shots of the gunblade, especially all chipped, scarred, and all upright in the dirt. Like the sword grave image.
That just shows you how good they are at animation now, though.
I did want to remark on it, I forgot to, like the bit where Magnus walks up to the Talos and just presses his head against it and thumps it, and all, it's kind of like, wow, the animation and cinematography is spiked here, didn't they?
Yeah. Really did.
You wouldn't happen to be able to absorb them, would you?
And then there's reconciliation.
無事に帰ってきたんだ。
ああ。
お帰り以外にかけるべき言葉があるか?
Hug your daughter, Thancred, come on. That's actually a good point, Yashtola. She should have her own name.
これまで通りじゃダメなのかい?
当然よ。あの子は運命を自分のものとして受け入れた。それなら 何より私たちにこそ必要なけじめよ。ミンフィリアの暁に集ったものとしてね。
ねえ、あなたユールモアに引き取られる前は何て呼ばれていたの？
それは覚えていないんです。とても小さい頃だったから。
それなら新しく名付けるべきでしょうね。
Go ahead, name your kid.
改めてというならば、やはりサンクレットが名付けるべきだろう。家族からもらった名というのは宝物になる。
ですってよ。いやー、アルフィノも一周回って空気が読めてるわ。
どういうことだい？
いいのいいの。
He asked her if she actually meant that, and she's like, eh.
リーンでどうだ？
Reading.
Reen.
妖精語で祝福を
Blessing
意
and
味する
say
こと。
talk.
サンクレット、あなた、私の妖精語講座を
He paid attention to the words that Ariane said.
I like that's what he starts at. Bless.
たまたまだ。響きがいいなと思って記憶に残っていた。
Yanju is so excited to realize someone was listening to him when he went on like the Pixies.
不満ならそう言ってくれ。何か別の考える。
リーン、私の名前。ありがとう。とても嬉しい。
それじゃあまたよろしくな、リーン。
はい。
Alright, you're done. That's the end. Yeah, so, just like Emet-selech approaching the group for the first time, you know why you had to do it.
Yeah. That's the whole we are capstoned off there.
Yeah. And to think this all started with a trolley.
Oh, God bless that trolley. Okay, that's wrong. I was gonna say, have your fight armadillo. Shows the flea eventually. Grabbing this while we're here. Didn't leave. That's Anraeng all on foot done.
Yep.
Let's wander back over. That will be us for the night or morning at this point. It's beginning to get light outside.
It's almost 4:30 for you.
Yeah.
I made you play a game for a long time.
I mean, I don't know if there's much meat in it when I'm just sitting here going, yes, feed more.
Yeah, Shadowbringers. Hey, Gavin, I want to tell you a fun fact.
Yeah.
About me. You know, it's that I like Shadowbringers. That's a fun fact about me.
I like Shadowbringers. It is good. It's very good. Alright, it's gonna end the stream there.